behalf, Mr. President, I just want to thank Terry Marceau for coming down here today and yesterday, making sure that we're taken care of. It's always good to see somebody from back home, and yeah, real glad that she's down here and further developing her capabilities as a leader and as a medical professional. I know that we definitely appreciate all that she does for our community, and glad that she had a chance to share her knowledge and skills with us for a few short days here in the Senate. So thanks again, Terry. Thanks for all you do for Douglas and the state of Wyoming.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Senators, we have a true leader here today. Joanna Kale, who is the CEO of Wyoming PBS, who's in the gallery. She's just doing a tremendous job at PBS, and she's thoughtful, and I wanted you to extend a warm welcome for her. Thank you.
Welcome to the Senate. Any other personal privileges before we get to work? Seeing none. We're back on Senate File 1. Third reading amendment number 8. Will the reading clerk read it in?
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 8, Section 57, Community College Commission and other Section 300, page 39, line 13 under.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's probably bad timing on this amendment here. With all due respect to our guest in the audience, no malice here. It's just.
Can you move the amendment? This notorious amendment. We got them all flustered.
Oh my gosh. I move third reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President. Where do I start here? Yeah. you know, it's an organization that is essentially funded by the state or partially funded by the state. And in my ideological bent, I think that it should be, completely private, all media without taxpayer funded, so they can have an open agenda and not try to lean one way or the other, not saying they do or they don't, but I just always go to the private sector should do everything without taxpayer money. And not to carry on any further, and I would offer my I'm not sure what the word is. The reason I'm bringing this amendment, nothing against the people, the organization, I just don't think that public TV should be funded by the taxpayers. So I move this amendment to take that away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's hard, I understand. I got media and I do it privately and I have to go up against government-funded media, but they do a good job. And I had a tech come out and take a big, it looks like a catcher's mitt antenna, and put it 20 feet above my house so I could catch a signal that comes out of, if I could use a couple proper names, Jackson, the Star Valley, and then snag the public television signal so I could stay up late at night and watch your interview reruns. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hopefully not mine. All right, Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Probably on the post, but I have a question. I'm not sure if this is taxpayer dollars. This is available from investment earnings generated, and it comes out of, it looks to me like it's coming out of an endowment account that was probably endowed to them, and it's interest income, I'm guessing. So I want to know if it's actually taxpayer dollars or if it's we're stealing money out of an endowment. Second, in defense of your public end of it, when you live like I do, clear up in the Northeast, and you have no access to anything else statewide, this is the only source I have. I don't necessarily agree particularly with the national arm of what they have often, but our local arm brings me a big part of what I get that used to be our TV station in the middle of the state that our antenna's down. I don't get anything. So I'm kind of a big defender of not only having it, but I think Wyoming actually ought to have its own channel that we run our sports events and some of our stuff on. We give access to some of the people that all of us can see it, because I feel pretty cheated. Once in a while, I get a location change and I get the Wyoming channels on my TV because I've been traveling and I'm a streaming app. It's refreshing to actually be able to get Wyoming TV instead of South Dakota TV, because for me, when I go home at night, I get to watch Rapid City, South Dakota and Sioux Falls, South Dakota stations. I kind of thrive on Wyoming news, so I encourage us to leave it as is. And if this is an endowment, we definitely should not be raiding people's endowments. I think that's clearly outlined.
Senator Salazar, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So not for or against the amendment, but just a comment. The two things that I've heard about Wyoming PBS is, number one, that not everyone in the state can get the signal. And I'm hoping that they're going to improve on that, because more people, if they want to, should be able to get that. The other concern that I think people have is our community standards, our values are not those of New Jersey or Virginia or Washington, D.C. And so some of the programming could very well not sit as well when it's broadcast here in Wyoming. But I can't help but think that Wyoming PBS is, I hope, taking that into consideration. I think it's my understanding that there are programs that they can decide not to air in Wyoming. They have that latitude to do that. So it is up to, I think, the board and the CEO on how that is carried out. So, but I also think that Wyoming PBS is listening to the legislature and some of our concerns. So I just wanted to express some of those comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Oh, we got a couple. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on against the amendment, I have a couple of concerns. The first does come down to the idea of the structure of the amendment, right? This is literally the Wyoming Public Television endowment account. This exists right now. There were funds invested in that account, and it's revenue off of that account. So it's not a new general fund expenditure. It's literally money being made in an account. I'll once again read the title of the account: the Wyoming Public Television Endowment Account, which was established by the state of Wyoming for investments from private funds, but also from public funds that were invested over time to yield some revenue to help support. And to me, the idea that we would then capture that revenue and transfer it over to the general fund when the intent of the account was very specifically to fund Wyoming Public Television, and that's a bit of a rug pull on the original investment. We can't be capturing funds off of an endowment that we established in good faith and then redirecting them to other places. I think that's disingenuous. But the second part is really, you know, Wyoming PBS has been an incredible partner to the Wyoming legislature. There's many other things it's done, and if you spend some time on their website, this will be very clear. They are focused on Wyoming. They do Wyoming programming. They have updated content. But there's a few things very specific to us. One, they are our partner for broadcasting and streaming our committee meetings during the interim. Right? That's who's doing half that work. They've done a tremendous job. They've partnered with us to build our communication and to our communities to ensure that the entire public in the state of Wyoming can see what's going on. And the price tag on that is incredible. We are so fortunate to have them for a partner, and the public is so fortunate that we do have them as a partner because they're able to engage and understand what's going on with our committees without having to show up. We've really benefited from that partnership. And then, as you know, many of you, they're engaged fully throughout the legislative session. They're working on Capital Outlook. They're interviewing us. They're providing, again, connectivity to ensure that the public understands what's happening here through excellent programming. I appreciate this partnership. I appreciate what they do to communicate our legislative mission and what we're up to with the people of Wyoming. This is a real treasure for the state of Wyoming, and I think that we need to continue to support it. But again, I would just reiterate, even if all that weren't true, we really have to make sure that the funding from a specific endowment goes to what the endowment is targeted towards, just for good governance. If we don't do that, if we get in the habit of redirecting those funds, I think we can say goodbye to anyone ever supporting endowments by the state of Wyoming legislature in the future. I mean, I know that I would stop contemplating giving to anything that was under the access of the Wyoming legislature for appropriation outside of its original intent if we're going to, change the direction of where those funds go, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Rising to oppose the amendment. Mr. President, PBS has demonstrated good faith. They've worked hard to be respectful of the legislature and to respond to concerns that were expressed last year. You can access Wyoming PBS's programming live time and live stream by internet. You can do it anywhere in Wyoming, anywhere in the world where you have a good, decent broadband connection that maybe is not censored by a foreign government. But Mr. President, it's there. They've made that happen. Now, it's not perfect. There's not over-the-air broadcasting everywhere, but it's superior programming, and it is available to you now. It's available to you wherever you have an internet connection. This, unlike another, people confuse this, the television aspect, with another entity that does radio broadcasting. They both have the word public in their names, and it gets confused a lot. This is a Wyoming entity run by Wyoming people, employing Wyoming students, supporting the Wyoming legislature, educating our Wyoming people with in-depth programming that preserves the history of Wyoming that nobody's ever gonna do. They've done marvelous programs on some of our noted dignitaries that came from this chamber of important people throughout Wyoming, and they're the only ones gathering that information and preserving it. And it's going to be there forever. This is to take it from an endowment account, which provides income for their operations, is really short-sighted, Mr. President. And the only other thing I said, they are a key component of emergency notification of our people working through the Office of Homeland Security and other law enforcement, other entities to provide a backbone to notify the public of emergencies through their broadcast network, both over the air and online. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment, for all of the reasons already stated by the previous speakers, but good senators, what I'd like to see for the supplemental budget is these type of amendments stopping, either with the new appropriations that we see or cuts from historical things, and really focus on what a supplemental budget should be, which is unforeseen, unexpected things that were not placed in the biennium budget because they were unforeseen, such as a forest fire, or things that were a mistake that we need to go back and correct, or something extraordinary and compelling. And that way we can get back to the business of budget sessions and then non-budget sessions, instead of turning them into full-on budget sessions year after year, and we just keep recycling the same issues 9 months apart with the people's time. So I don't think that this is appropriate for a supplemental budget conversation, and I'd like to get control of our budget process for this reason. And again, I think there's a serious lack of understanding on what this endowment is, how it was created, the fact it is an endowment, and what the program and the entity does. And for all those of you that I will see you on that show, and I've seen many, you know, the irony would not be lost on me that you take advantage of the airtime, but vote against it. And that's not right. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion? Back to you, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's the little holes in the boat that sink the ship. You know, media has changed a lot over the years. It's a whole new ball game out there, old legacy media. There's just plethora of media content now. And just because we've been doing it doesn't make it, just because we've been doing it a long time doesn't make it right. So I think, you know, it's really not the role of government, especially state funds going to, you know, it's just not our role here to fund the media outlets. And if you guys disagree with that, I understand, but I think we need to look at what our true role is here of protecting life, liberty, and property. And these little holes in the boat eventually sink the ship. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 8. Roll call. Anderson. No. Barlow. No. Boner. No. Brennan. No. Case. No. Cooper. No. Crago. No. Crump. No. Dockstader. No. Driscoll. No. French. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. Ide. Aye. Jones. No. Kolb. No. Landon. No. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Olson. No. Pappas. No. Pearson. No. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. No. President Biteman.
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 8, 3 aye, 28 no.
Third reading amendment number 8 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 9.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 9, corrected copy. Section 57, Community College Commission, Section 67, University of Wyoming. Page 39, line 8 after.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, I do just want to make sure you have your corrected copy because there are a couple of changes. One, this amendment with the changes begins June 1st, 2025. So that allows everyone to complete their school year. And then it does not apply to United States citizens or permanent residents. Basically, this is just requiring that the community colleges and University of Wyoming not take anything of value or exchange students or faculty or staff from countries that are designated as foreign adversaries, Mr. President. We've been doing a lot of work with foreign adversaries across the board regarding our critical infrastructure, et cetera. And today, foreign adversary nations are engaging in far-reaching campaigns to exploit the United States' open collaborative nature in furtherance of their strategic military and economic goals. Nowhere is this threat more acute than on U.S. college campuses. Authoritarian regimes fully recognize that the United States higher education system underpins America's innovation, science and technology, leadership, and economic competitiveness. In taking advantage of oblique and often unregulated academic exchanges, these nations and their state-backed companies stand to circumvent the massive costs accompanying the risks associated with conducting their own research and development, all at the expense of the United States, its allies, and its partners. Mr. President, that is the reason for this amendment today, and I would also call for the ayes and noes on this amendment, and I'd stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Senator Case?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise against this amendment. I think of, a lot of people are going through my mind right now. One of them is Albert Einstein, refugee from Germany, came and was a professor at the university, at an East Coast university, Mr. President, during the years leading up to World War II, when we were very concerned about what was happening in Nazi Germany. And he came to the US, he brought a vision. He encouraged us to work on the Manhattan Project and develop an atomic bomb. He left a legacy unmatched in the world. And if this was in place, he probably wouldn't have been able to come here. I worked in Venezuela, Mr. President. I guarantee you, there are plenty of citizens of that country and of all these countries that don't care for their totalitarian regimes, that are seeking a way out, that look for any ability to come and to learn and to be part of becoming with the US. This would foreclose those people out. This takes us back and classifies people based on what their country's doing, not what those people are. And I think of World War II again, when we incarcerated Japanese citizens of the United States and viewed them as a threat because we were worried about a nation that was at war with us. We have to cut down and find out who the bad people are. Who are the government agents and who are doing it, because these governments do have those programs. But we also have to find a way to be the beacon of light, the beacon of education, to share knowledge and get knowledge from these amazing people all around the world that come to our universities, work very hard to get here and do that, and provide a great service. And many of them settle here, become leading citizens, and work very hard to change things back in their country and try to restore and get rid of these totalitarian regimes. This is just a total step in the wrong direction. It captures everybody in a net, and I hope you'll resist this amendment.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the intent of this amendment, but just a slide share, it may be a little more personal experience, I guess, and a lot of the same concerns my friend from Fremont County, but, I had the opportunity of, engaging in a foreign language program when I was at the University of Wyoming. Had an excellent professor that was from the former Soviet Union, taught me a lot. He did 5 years in the Soviet Navy. Interesting guy, very smart guy, very, seemed to be very intelligent in his area of expertise, which was Slavic linguistics. And turns out I was using the skills I learned in the Russian program at the University of Wyoming just a year or two later in the active duty Air Force. When we had Russian nuclear weapons inspectors coming to our country, I was using those skills I learned from that man, from the Soviet Union, against his former country, to the benefit of the United States. So I understand the need for the concern here. I think that that's we have assets at the national level that can deal with espionage. And overall, it's just my personal experience. I think that I have confidence in this country that we can take in folks from even areas that disagree with us, who have governments who are openly hostile to our way of life, and still use that to our advantage. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against this amendment. Mr. President, I think back to the days of the Cold War, and we had these kind of exchanges with our adversaries, the Soviet Union in particular, and the other countries in Eastern Europe that were allied with them. And we won that Cold War, and we won it. Now, there were a number of reasons for that. They couldn't compete with us economically, and that was affecting their military abilities, and they knew it. But one of the reasons, Mr. President, was that a number of their citizens had come over here and seen firsthand how well a free society works. And they took that knowledge with them, even if they were still loyal to their country. They took that knowledge back, took it back home. And one of the things that happened to the Soviet Union was it essentially, and the other communist countries in Eastern Europe, was the communist regimes collapsed from within because of the knowledge of the success of our system and the other democratic countries of the free world seeped back in through these exchanges. So I think we're starting, unfortunately, it looks like we're starting on a second Cold War with, in some parts, some of the same adversaries, but some different ones too. And I think amendments like this are cutting off part of our ability to win those wars, Mr. President. I'm also a little concerned this might have unintended consequences if we have people with specialized knowledge at the university, particularly the University of Wyoming, some of our research programs that are not a threat to us, but are a great benefit to our ability to do some of the fancy research that is done over there, particularly in the oil and gas area. So for both those reasons, Mr. President, on and against this amendment.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. On that concept of unintended consequences, so I'm reading this, trying to sort out. So if the university does have students from other countries, and I'm an advocate that they come in the right way, that everything is done legally and it's done above board, paperwork, everything. But if they come in and they're working with the university, does that limit the university's access to receive funding through the process, through the legislature, through the state? Because we've done this, I've got some concerns on that concept of unintended consequences. I see the original sponsor's concern, I see the caution there, but if it's all done legally and properly, are we limiting what we could gain and they could gain in a friendly working environment? And are we causing some problems that weren't otherwise there? So I'll probably be opposed.
Back to the bill sponsor if you want. Senator Stamets.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the lively debate. I'm glad we've had it, and again, I'd call for the ayes and noes.
Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 9. Roll call. Anderson. No. Barlow. No. Boner. No. Brennan. No. Case. No. Cooper. No. Crago. No. Crum. No. Dockstader. No. Driscoll. No. French. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. No. Kolb. Aye. Landon. No. Larson. No. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. No. Olson. No. Pappas. No. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Smith. No. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. McEwen. Aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 9, 7 aye, 24 no.
Third reading amendment number 9 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 10.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 10, Section 67, University of Wyoming, page 44, line 4.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move third reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, if you didn't like the last amendment, maybe you'll like this one. This is just requiring a report no later than October 1st to see where funds are coming in from, what they're funding, and specific emphasis if there are any foreign adversaries dealing in our university. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the amendment. Question being called, and this does not change money, so it'll be a roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. I think the noes have it. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Ten. Those opposed? Third reading amendment number 10 has failed. We're on third reading amendment number 11.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 11, Section 67, University of Wyoming, page 44, line 7, strike.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1 and ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this goes into the footnotes of the University of Wyoming on page 50 and eliminates footnote 12. We had a lot of debate about it last year. The footnote was no funds from this appropriation shall be expended on the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the University of Wyoming. That's gone, so there's no concerns about that moving forward. It's been entirely deleted from the university. Or on any diversity, equity, and inclusion program, activity, or function, that's the moving forward. The concern here, and the reason for the deletion, is this is a bill in the budget. This is not an emergency to add that additional language. And in fact, we have a bill. We literally have a bill in consideration by this chamber at this point in time to talk this through that has a lot more detail. Mr. President, it's my suggestion that we eliminate this and continue the discussion through the bill, the appropriate vehicle, because I believe it would be hard to say that this additional language in the footnote is an emergency, appropriate for a supplemental budget. And it would also be challenging to say that it's a budget issue rather than a policy issue. For those reasons, I'd ask you to support the amendment and delete the newly added language, in particular, to the legislation, or excuse me, to the budget, and just focus on the discussion through the legislation where it belongs, Mr. President.
Discussion on the amendment. Ayes and noes have been called. Any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 11, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salzar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Crago? Crago, aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 11, 11 ayes, 20 noes.
Third reading amendment number 11 has failed. Third reading amendment number 12.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 12, Section 91, Wyoming Stable Token Commission, and Section 300, page 4, line 21, after.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I move to withdraw third reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1.
Could you just request to not move? Could you request, or just without objection, I withdraw the amendment? Don't make a motion is what I'm saying.
What's that? Okay. Mr. President, let me start over again here. Sorry about that. Without objection, I request to withdraw third reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1. How's that? Thank you.
Absent objection, that amendment has been withdrawn. We are on amendment, third reading amendment number 13.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 13, Section 206, Department of Education, and Section 1, Office of the Governor, delete.
Let's see, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment amendment number 13 to third reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1. There, I got it. Thank you, Mr. President. This is really just I guess I'll call it a cleanup of a second reading amendment that we passed. This deals with the Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board Executive Director position that we shifted around in the second reading. All this does is adjust the salary to the correct figures based on existing position, and then it moves it from an at-will to a full-time because the existing position was a full-time position, so it was a benefited position. So this is designed to not harm the existing position and just walk away with what we had, just shifting it to a different department or agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion, Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, thank you. On and for, as you notice, it removes my amendment, and I am on the new amendment. This gets it in the right order, so I really encourage you to go ahead and vote for it. I kind of hurried to put the amendment together on the previous reading, and this one gets it in the right form, the right way for the charter schools. Vote aye.
Okay. Discussion? Question being called, Chief Clerk will call the roll, unless the sponsor wants to go again. Okay.
Third reading amendment number 13, roll call. Anderson? No. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Crago? Aye. Crum? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? Aye. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Pappas, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 13, 23 aye, 8 no.
Third reading amendment number 13 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 14.
Third reading amendment number 14, Section 301, Borrowing Authority, Cash Flow and Executive Programs, line 68, I beg your pardon, page 68, line 2, after.
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. Folks, if you talk about what we want in the session and being emergency funding, that's what this bill is. So What we've done here is we've taken some pretty severe cuts into the MRG program, and as you know, the Mineral Royalty Grant Program really is there to help towns. That part of it's a grant program that helps them buy ambulances, do things. The other part of it is for emergencies. And so what this really does, it treats it a lot like we did the fire accounts. If the governor runs into an absolute disaster in a town, and he does not have the easy ability to be levying money into disasters, this allows him to take up to $10 million on a loan from the LISRA, and it's very strictly sideboarded. If you look down to line 11, threats immediate, it proposes a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare as provided in Wyoming Statute 94601 AI. State land shall report to the Joint Appropriations Committee. What this really does, folks, I had one in town in my district, water tank slid off a hill, needed something done immediately. We just had one in a town just a little bit up the interstate from us here that happened. These things do happen to our towns. They don't have money in their budgets, and the state really doesn't have a good way of dealing with it. So rather than adding more money in, which I withdrew an amendment before, this actually gives loan authority and says you can go ahead and borrow the money out of it, and we'll either slap your hand or fill the account good for you going into the next biennium. Good amendment. Stand for questions.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Hicks.
Yeah. Mr. President, reluctantly, I have to rise against this amendment. This is not 10 million for the governor. As the amendment structured, it's $10 million from the State Loan and Investment Board, which is a little bit unusual from a standpoint that the whole board can now go in and borrow money out of the LISRA. I've never seen that before, where SLIB had the authority to go in and borrow from the LISRA. The governor currently has over $20 million in a healthcare emergency account that he can borrow from right now. They still have, I believe, 10 million, or somebody from appropriations can correct me, but I believe they're still over 10 million, maybe $15 million in the MRG account. But I just think the way they structured this thing, whether the dollar number, but it's now the SLIB board has borrowing authority out of the LSRA. And I just don't think that's appropriate to allow the entire SLIB board to start borrowing money out of the LSRA.
Thank you, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just a question about what borrow means. I didn't hear about terms. I don't know anything about how that process would actually work if this money, quote unquote, was borrowed. Is there anticipation for it to be paid back? So that's my question. It's just how this would work functionally. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. Any more before the sponsor? All right, back to you, Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll take the last one first. The borrowing works exactly the same way it does under the fire accounts and everything else that comes back. It comes through the standard budget process, and they refill the account. As far as the SLIB board, we can either call it the guy down the hall, or we call it the SLIB board. The truth is, it doesn't matter if it comes from the one man down the hall. Is all of these emergency funds are voted on by all four of the SLIB board. That's the only way they authorize the spending. So if we had more readings, we'd go back and change it. But the truth is, what really will happen under this, the governor will make the recommendation at a SLIB board meeting to borrow the money, and the SLIB board will approve the money or turn him down, which is the same way. If we'd have given him authority, he still can't just do it. He's got to go through SLIB board. So that's the way it works. I'd ask you to vote yes. At worst, it may save your town from being in an insolvency problem with a big problem.
All right, Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 14, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brannan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Craigo? Aye. Crum? No. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 14, 10 aye, 21 no.
Third reading amendment number 14 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 15.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 15, Section 318, revisions to prior appropriations, and Section 323, large project energy matching funds, delete.
Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, I move third reading Amendment 15 to Senate File 1 and ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this relates to our large project energy matching funds. Everyone hopefully recalls where we stand right now. We stand with about $100 million available after second reading, based on the Dock Center second reading amendment. And then there were some additional provisions on a further amendment that came on with a $10 million proviso for coal. But part of the second reading amendment, 2025, included the language, no funds from this appropriation shall be expended for carbon storage or sequestration projects. So that amendment limited the scope of what was available for large project energy matching funds. The purpose of this amendment, and all it does, is effectively take out that language. So it returns it to the original scope of the large project energy matching funds, which would allow for everything that it currently can do and ensure that it could also be expended for carbon storage or sequestration projects. So that's the only policy decision here. It doesn't affect the actual amount of money that can be appropriated in any way. It's just, can large project energy matching funds be used for projects that relate to carbon storage or sequestration projects? And Mr. President, I think it's important that we provide that flexibility because candidly, a lot of the work we've been doing in recent years to help our coal industry and to help our oil and gas industry combine some aspect of carbon storage or sequestration projects. It's an integrated project concept typically that we're trying to promote through these large project programs. And so with the addition of the language on the second reading amendment, we limit access to available projects, some of the ones that might be best for Wyoming economy, might be best to stimulate things, and we have a tremendous amount of incredible resources available for these types of projects in the state of Wyoming. Mr. President, you were a part of a lot of the work that went on through the Minerals Committee over the years, trying to ensure that Wyoming was the best state in the country for carbon capture and sequestration. We were the second state to allow for Class 6 permits with primacy relative to the EPA. We were the first state to have pore space statute in place. We are recognized as the best state in the country to do business on carbon storage and sequestration. The idea that we would eliminate that from the scope of the large project funds is detrimental really to the energy economy of the state of Wyoming and to research and development in the state. So this amendment simply restores that opportunity and option, which is again essential to our oil and gas industry and essential to our coal industry in the future. This is about Wyoming energy. Let's protect Wyoming energy future. Let's pass this amendment.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Hicks. Ayes and nays have been called. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 15, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. No. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Kolb. No. Landon. Aye. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 15. 19 aye, 12 no.
Third reading amendment number 15 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 16.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment to number 16, Section 318, revisions to prior appropriations, and Section 323, large project energy matching funds, delete.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. President, without objection, I'd like to withdraw third reading Amendment 16 to Senate File 1.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 16 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 17.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 17, Section 318, revisions to prior appropriations, Section 300, budget balancers transfers, Section 323, large project energy matching funds, Section 300S, additions to 300 sections, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. President, without objection, I'd like to withdraw third reading amendment number 17.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 17 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 18.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 18, Section 318, revisions to prior appropriations, and Section 323, large project energy matching funds, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. And fellow senators, this just decreases the energy matching funds, large project funding by $50 million.
Sorry. Discussion on the amendment. Nope. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question. It's a little unclear, and it's just based on construct, it's a little unclear, what ends up happening to, for example, the amendment that I just passed that would allow for carbon capture. I think this eliminates that, so it would no longer be allowed. I think, but I can't tell. No, maybe it allows the good senator from the western part of the state's second reading amendment related to coal, but I'm not sure whether it cancels that or not. It might get rid of it. It might keep it. A little more context, but I'm fairly confident that it eliminates any possibility of using these funds for CO2 projects, and if that is the case, I'm certainly against it. Again, also, we had a robust discussion on the importance of keeping this $100 million in place, so I hope the body will resist.
Further discussion? Let's go to Senator Dockstader before bet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do believe it's vague, and it does leave coal projects in question. It leaves a lot else in question. That money originally, 75% of it, all related to fossil fuels, oil, gas, coal, helium, minerals, rare earth, hydrogen. This goes after the very thing that we're turning dollars with. We've invested $98 million so far in 16 projects, and it'll leverage over $260 million so far.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Questions, discussions? Back to the sponsor for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was my understanding that it left the coal portion in there and removed the CO2 capture. And Mr. President, we see the subsidies going away for that and evaporating as we speak from the federal level, and I just don't believe that's a good use of our funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Okay, we're voting on third readings amendment number 18. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 18, roll call. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Craigo? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Hicks, no to aye. Salazar? Aye to no. Hutchings? No to aye. Kolb? No to aye. I don't know. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 18. 13 aye, 18 no.
Third reading amendment number 18 has failed. Third reading amendment number 19.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 19, Section 323, large project energy matching funds, delete.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Absent any objection, I'd like to request a withdrawal of third reading amendment number 19 to Senate File number 1.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 19 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 20.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 20, Section 346, natural disaster mitigation loans, 3, Section 39, wildlife natural resource trust, page 1, line 8, after.
Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 20 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, Mr. President, what this does is go into the second reading amendment, the Larson second reading amendment, and change that dollar figure from 40 million to 100 million. And then it wipes out or deletes the loan program. So it deletes 60 million in loans. And so what we're doing is just making it an all grant program rather than a half and half, or in this case, 40-60 program. And then what it does is it mirrors what this body's already done, mirrors the policy choice we made a few days ago, and just keeps it consistent as we move forward. I would note, Mr. President, that this past year, we burned 596,000, almost 597,000 private and state acres in the state of Wyoming, 850,000 if you include the federal lands as well. And all of those fires are going to have a huge economic impact on our economy, on our egg industry, on our wildlife industry, on our recreational hunting industry. Current losses right now from cheatgrass total about $32 million a year. That's before the fires. That number is only going to go up. I mean, it could be upwards, according to some of the folks who deal in this particular part of the world. It could be upwards of $100 million a year in economic loss if we're unable to get all of these weeds and all these invasive species under control before they escape those areas where the fires were. So happy to answer any questions. Ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion, Senator Larson.
Mr. President, thank you. On the amendment, against the amendment, I think I missed the bills that went through last time and wished I would have put some amendments on there. Hopefully down the hallway, they may change some stuff, but we can't have all this going to grants. I do want to say, we already have 20 million in invasive, to spray the invasive species, the plants. I got some information from the weed and pest districts. Last year spent 31 million on treatment. So, you know, I think even with the 40 million, there's plenty there, plus the 20, they're at 60. So I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion, let's go to Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, regretfully on and against. I respect my co-senator here representing his people. I'd expect nothing less. However, I think we have a balance, and I think we can take it up next year if there's something else that has to be done. But I feel that we've been frankly more than generous with the situation, and we have a program that would work and help out the area. Once again, on and against, and with the most respect for my co-senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the sponsor of the amendment. There's a program that in the language that's would be deleted by the amendment that would also take care of folks who are dealing with, say, breached dams and things like that. So just wondering how that would affect that element of this. I know obviously the fires are top of everybody's mind, but there's folks who are affected beyond just the recovery from fires. So wondering how that plays into it.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, on and for the amendment. I especially like that we put back the 100 million, and I like it that it's a grant program instead of a loan program. On and for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on and against the amendment. I mean, we're going down a path here. This is welfare. I mean, this is not the American system here. I sympathize wholly. We had some bills earlier, that did it the right way, borrow at a 0% interest rate and pay it back and put up collateral. This isn't a path we should be going down here, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to talk on this, but the word welfare just hit me right between the eyes. Folks, if you want to talk about welfare, it's what the original one did. It gives money back to guys like me at no interest that's subsidized, and that is welfare out of this deal. And I'm in favor of that, by the way. I don't have a problem with it. But the real need that we have, when you burn an entire range of country that spans 30, 40, 50 landowners, one landowner not treating his weeds, and by the way, that's what I did for 40 years of my life, was sprayed weeds. One landowner that doesn't treat in the middle of 20,000 acres causes reinfestation to happen over and over and over again. And if you look at our weed and pest districts, that's how they were set up in Wyoming. It was for a reason. It was so you, as a community, the government helped you treat what one of your neighbors wouldn't do or whatever. And what it really does is not welfare. It comes out and uses government money so that everybody goes together doing a common cause. And that's exactly the way we ought to be spending these monies. Doesn't go to an individual. When you do the split, it goes to an individual. It goes to Senator so-and-so gets the money, or Joe Blow gets the money. They don't get this under this. It goes to your local deal. It's used to treat an overall broad scale, and it will save, and I can tell you this, I can stand up, and it's one of the few things we talk about. I'm looking at my good friend down here from up the deal. We talked about pine beetle money at one point in time and whether it worked or not, because it was the same principle. When you go out there and you treat it that way, it will save not tens, but hundreds of millions of dollars down the road. Because I can assure you, somewhere in the middle of those fire areas, we're going to have, and the names are Ventnata, spotted knapweed, they all come back behind fire. And they're going to be there. And if you don't treat them, you'll see a bill in front of the legislature, which my father brought one, guess what, back in the 1970s for a little weed that was kind of starting our country called leafy spurge. The state's probably $100 million in on the spurge program now, folks. This is called preventative treatment. It's the old Fram deal. You can either pay me now or pay me later. And this is one that pays big returns for us. I would encourage you to take a strong look at this. Loan programs can come, but this one makes sense the way it stands.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, there's really pros and cons to both. One, when I look at this, is what I see as a problem with the 0% loan. If I'm going to go borrow money from the bank, and I've got a loan out already, and paying 6 or 7% for what I would call my annual operating expenses or something like that, be a real opportunity to go in and borrow some money here at 0% and arbitrage my loan with the bank and pay it off, and then call it weed control or whatever. And so that could be done. That's a good business position to be in. I think the loan program was okay, but I think you need both programs, because here's the other side. A lot of times when you got that loan program, you don't leverage those monies. And one thing about the Wildlife Trust Fund account is they've been able to leverage money. So if you put in $1, they typically do $4 to $5 in match. Under a loan program where that becomes your private capital, sometimes it becomes much more difficult to do that, to go out and find those other nonprofit federal industry funds to come in and match that money. So I kind of like a combination of both, but given where we're at on this, it voted up, voted down, but the loan program, the grant program is not 100% giveaway. I have never seen that ever in my time in the legislature with Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. There typically always is some requirement for some level of match, local, federal, nonprofit, or some other money coming in. And so it actually provides an opportunity to maybe leverage those funds and get more money out on the ground to do that than a straight loan program. Again, the loan program for me was problematic because of the 0% interest and the loss of revenue to the state of Wyoming associated. Last year our investments on the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund did about 11%. And even the agency pool, which is our lowest generating pool, was at least 3%. And so the 0% loan was lost revenue to the state of Wyoming, and creates other problems, I think, in the big picture out there. So vote it up, vote it down, but that's just a little information for helping make your.
Okay, Senator Larson.
Mr. President, for my second time on the amendment, against the amendment. The loan program, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was at 2%, 1% going to whoever's servicing the loan, and I can't remember if it was OSLI, can't remember. 20 years, take second position. But I think we should keep it at a 60 million loan availability and 40 million for the grant going to conservation districts, weed and pest, and game and fish to tackle those invasive species.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Back to the sponsor, Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief and close this out. Yes, I am trying to make sure there are the resources available to help my folks back home, but in districts that I don't represent, there were lots of acres burned. Mr. President, county to the east of me, of which several people in here represent, 120,000 acres in Campbell County were burned, private and state. And they have less public land than some of the other counties around. So, for example, this county, the county we're sitting in right now, 25,000 private and state acres burned. Platte County, almost 33,000 acres. And these are counties that also have problems with cheatgrass. Maybe not Ventonada, not yet. That's in my part of the world. You don't want it, I promise you that. And so that's what we're trying to prevent. This is not just for my particular part of the Wyoming, it's for all of Wyoming. We do not want all of these invasive species leaving where they are. To the good senator from Converse County, I wasn't trying to get at or remove language intentionally regarding the dam that we all have talked about quite a bit over the last few months. And I know that's where that language comes from. I do know there are other options as we move through this session to deal with that particular problem, and I will be supportive of those. And I would just close out, and it's been mentioned, but these funds are not going to private people. They're not going to private businesses, private entities, the ranchers and farmers and other folks out on the prairie. It's not going to them. It's going to go to their districts, their weed and pest districts, their conservation districts. It will be used and it will be matched, as the good senator from the Snake River said, Little Snake River said, it will be matched. They will multiply these funds so that we can use them in ways that we can't with just our own money. And that's the beauty of that particular system, as the good senator mentioned. We will get private funds not only, and we will get matching funds from local districts, but we will also get matching efforts from local districts. They'll be our hands and our feet on the ground. They'll make sure this money gets implemented and that it gets implemented properly. And just to speak to the loan a little bit, and this is my personal take on it, talking to my folks back home, no one's going to use it. And the reason being is most of the people I do business with and that I neighbor with at our place, they have loans already on their land. They have a mortgage. And in that mortgage, it says you can't apply additional collateral or use that as additional collateral, right? So it prevents that. So unless your ranch is paid off, you're probably not going to use that particular system or that particular program that we're setting up. It's just not going to get used. So we will park $16 million in an account that never gets used. And I'd rather we not even have the program and it go back to the general fund and go to someone else's purpose than be parked in a program that is unlikely to get used. And so with that, Mr. President, ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much. And thanks for the great debate, everyone.
Thank you. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 20, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Hyde? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Biden?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Guru, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 20, 16 aye, 15 no.
Third reading amendment number 20 has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 21.
Senate Bill 1, third reading amendment number 21, section 346, natural disaster mitigation loans, section 39, wildlife natural resource trust, delete.
Senator Driscoll. Mr. President, it sounds like a country and western song. After making a statement earlier about putting bills inside the budget, I realized I submitted a bill in the budget. I respectfully ask to withdraw this amendment.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 21 has been withdrawn. We are on third reading amendment number 22.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment to number 22, section 347, personal services transfers, page 80 after line 6, insert.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1 and would ask for your favorable aye vote. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we talked about a position within the Department of Ed that we're losing 3 reading positions in there. And one of the problems is the lack of ability for our top executives to be able to move positions around. I think somebody even said, well, can't they just move some positions around? Well, the answer is no, they can't just move positions around. In talks with the Department of Ed, they've had a really hard time where they try to and they want to, but they can't, and none of the top 5 executives can. So what this would do is give the top executives the ability to move some positions around. They would be 11 it so that our management team would have that knowledge on where they were moving positions around, but it would give them a little bit more flex within their departments to be able to provide the services that their departments provide. So I'd ask for your favorable ayes vote and would like to answer any questions.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just maybe further explanation about why this is an emergency and needed, right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. My query is, and from an appropriator, maybe explain the B11 process, because I think that's actually a gubernatorial privilege. And so now we're extending it to 4 other officers of the state potentially. So I'd like to have more understanding on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any appropriators want to tackle this one? Let's go with the good senator with the broken wing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. On and against, this is, I understand the need and the thought that brought us to this amendment, but this is, in my view, this is like killing a fly with an axe. This is a little more, wait, check that. This is a lot more than meets the eye. Giving this flex authority across all the elected officials is, I think, something that we would want to sit and talk about and really talk about in a global way. I think there are unintended consequences here. I mean, when you just ask the question, the way the bringer of the amendment laid it out, sounds like a pretty nice, benign idea. But frankly, I think this is one we should be very cautious about. Urge you to vote no. Let's take a look at this next year in the full budget, and let's hash this one out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Looking around. Looks like Senator Scott's fixing to talk. Let's give him the microphone here.
Mr. President, speaking on and for this amendment, I've been exposed to this, particularly within the education area, and we've got real problems with the effectiveness of that department because of the rigidities of the budgeting system. These elected officials need to have some flexibility to move around. They're relatively small offices. They need to have some flexibility to move people and resources around to meet their current needs. I think it'll make them much more efficient. Mr. President, I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment. These folks have been elected to a statewide position by the electorate across the state, and so I believe they can manage their offices and do a good job with this, just like the chief executive does. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Salazar, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder to the body, you are literally giving up legislative power. I just want to remind you of that. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion before we go back to the sponsor. Okay, Senator Brennan, back to you, if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. President, to address, is this an emergency? We're the top 5 cannot move anybody around if they need to within their agencies, so they can't effectively run their agencies better, leaner, if they they just don't have flexibility like you would if you were to manage a business. And so they're stuck with what they have. For now, if we look at it in an interim, if we pass this, they'll be able to move things around. This is a policy decision that I bring before the body, but I would ask you to consider an aye vote.
All right. Once somebody calls for the ayes and nays, this will be a voice vote. We're voting on third reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, that amendment has failed. We are on amendment number, Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, having voting on the prevailing side of third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1, I move for immediate reconsideration of the vote. We didn't, we don't. I just went from. What do you think they've been in all of this?
Okay. I'm told that number 5 was in section 24. Section 24 is closed. We are in section 300 right now. Yes.
I went to legal, and they said it was fine. I've been in the bullpen. They said it was fine. The
Okay.
sections were not closed.
We'll stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. You guys good? So don't come back to order. The previous motion I'm ruling is out of order pursuant to Joint Rule 14-1B. I'll read it to you for the new members. This applies to general appropriations bills, like the budget bill here. During committee of the whole, second reading or third reading of a mirror budget bill, each section of the bill or a portion of a section, including any amendments to that section or a portion of a section, shall be considered only once during that reading. So we can't go back a section. We are in section 300 now. That motion to reconsider was in section 24. So that motion is out of order. We are on, we have a privilege of the floor. I'm sorry. Senator Larson.
Mr. President, privilege, please.
Granted.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce a gentleman up here in the gallery, Bob Ferguson. He's from up in my area, Park County, and vice chair of a committee up there. Treasurer, sorry.
Came all the way down from Park County. Thanks for making the trek all the way down.
Well, you would say.
All right. Third reading amendment number 23.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 23, section 300S, addition to 300 sections, page 84 after line 15.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 23, Senate File 1, and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, this is a school safety bill. What it does is appropriates about $100,000 per district. We have 48 districts. It appropriates $5 million specifically for districts to hire a school resource officer, one in each district across the state. Currently, we have 26 districts that don't have a school resource officer. Some of our more remote districts are pretty nervous about that. They may be 30 miles or more from law enforcement, and that's if law enforcement's available. So again, it's a school safety project. This is outside of the block grant, and it's a grant program they'd have to apply for. If they chose not to apply for it, they don't have to. If they already have a school resource officer, they could use this grant to replace one of those school resource officers and use their money elsewhere. So with that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Senator Scott, discussion on the amendment.
Mr. President, on and against the amendment. Mr. President, this is in the school area. We're spending, the figure I have here is a little over 1.8 billion a year on schools through the block grant. These resource officers can be accommodated through the block grant. We just see a steady drip up in our school funding because we pick out one particular area that is a need, Mr. President, and fund it. And the result is that our school funding keeps growing and growing and growing. I know this is a separate grant program, but it is in an area that is funded, is fundable under the block grant that there's flexibility on. Mr. President, I don't think we need to add to the 1.8 billion another 5 million.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, so on and against the amendment for the following reason, and it's kind of similar to some of the other discussions. This funds it for 1 year. It's pretty difficult to go out and hire a school resource officer for 1 year, knowing that he's not going to be employed or she may not be employed next year. And I just wonder how that works in some of these districts, like where I have schools in one school district. I've got schools in Encampment, Saratoga, Hannah, Elk Mountain, and some of these rural schools that have all of these different buildings scattered all over a county. I don't know that this really gets to it. And honest, you know, they could target and say, well, we're going to hire one person and move around. But the logistics of hiring somebody for this for 1 year and not knowing that they're going to have funding the next year, I think is just very problematic. And so, not to say, and I agree with my colleague from Bates Creek over there, we need to build this into the model through recalibration and accommodate those school districts that need them. Resource officers, obviously in our large metropolitan areas, there may be more need than, you know, in a little farm school like I have with 175 K through 12, but reluctantly on and against the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Anybody else wish to speak before the sponsor? Back to you, Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd love to be able to put this into the block grant, but on our small schools, we literally don't have the money there to hire resource officers. That's why there's not one there. And even the mid-sized schools, maybe they have one for 5 or 6 schools. I'm just having a really hard time putting a price tag on student safety. I think we have to spend this. The political climate has changed so much in the last couple of years that it's something that's needed in every school, at the very least in every school district. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Chief Clerk will call the roll. Third reading amendment number 23.
Third reading amendment number 23, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Biteman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Landon? Aye to no. Closing vote. Dockstetter, aye to no. Closing. Guru, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 23, 10 aye, 21 no.
Third reading amendment number 23 has failed. Senator Olson.
I know we just stretched our legs, but may I have a privilege of the floor?
You bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you over here in the North Gallery to my daughter Eden. She got out of school and decided the best thing to do on a Friday afternoon was come and watch us do our business. So welcome Eden to the Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. Keep an eye on that old man of yours. All right. Third reading amendment number 24.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 24, section 300S, page 84, after line 15.
Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1. Ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this amendment is something that I've been thinking about for a number of years. It actually comes from the Education Committee, oddly enough, as the impetus for it, but it's obviously not directly related to education. It's a rather substantial matching fund, $50 million available at a dollar-for-dollar match to try to build a meat processing facility in the state of Wyoming for construction of meat processing facilities. And the reason it comes from education is that over the years, we've had a lot of conversation and education on the school lunch program about how nice it would be if we could actually source Wyoming meats and target them to our schools and have a good little internal program that was effective at scale for our large districts as well as our small districts. Sounds like it's a great, straightforward idea. How can we not already be doing that? Mr. President, what it came down to in a lot of the discussions was that we needed to source the meat from a USDA inspected facility. We didn't have one in the state of Wyoming, and so we had this continuous barrier that precluded us from at scale bringing our Wyoming grown meats to our schools. Based on that discussion and recognizing honestly that the effective nature that we have for our energy matching funds, our large energy projects in recent years, trying to get things done for economic development in our largest industry, it seemed that trying to bring that same sense to one of our other great industries in the state, the ag industry, would potentially allow us to develop for once and for all a large cooperative endeavor for a meat processing facility in the state of Wyoming. That's the purpose here. You can see that it provides for significant appropriation from the LISRA of $50 million. Again, this is an investment in the state that would be matched dollar for dollar. If nobody comes along and cooperates, then obviously the money's not spent. That's an important part of it, right? You have to have a partner bringing $50 million or whatever portion of $50 million in the dollar for dollar match. Department of Agriculture shall administer the application process, review grant submissions and opportunities, and recommend qualified funding applications under this application. No award shall be granted that would obligate the state to any future financial commitment. And then you can see here, for purposes of this section, meat processing facilities means facilities working as a cooperative and certified or in the process of being certified by the United States Department of Agriculture. And then the final F provision, all proposed expenditures from this appropriation shall be reported to the Management Council, the Legislature, and the Joint Appropriations Committee. So it's trying to do for our ag industry what we've been doing for our energy industry, and I'm hopeful that we can get to the point where we can actually purchase large amounts of our Wyoming-grown beef, pork, and other meats and get them into our schools without having to go through some crazy process where we're purchasing from an out-of-state meat processing facility or vendor, because we can obviously do a lot better for nutrition, we can do a lot better for value, and we can be helping the ag industry in the state of Wyoming instead of other ag industries. So that's the purpose of it. I'm happy to discuss or answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Discussion? Let's go to Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against this, I mean, here we go again. I mean, you know, these public-private partnerships, you know, I hate to use these words, but it's just kind of a backdoor to socializing everything. I mean, what does it say to the operators that aren't getting these benefits and that did it, you know, the old-fashioned way where they save their money, they borrowed money from the bank? I mean, I think if a big meat processing, I'm all for it, but it should be 100% private. If they see the need and fill that need in the free market, they don't need taxpayer money to do this, and they shouldn't take taxpayer money to do this if it's a viable operation. So here again, going down a path of ways we shouldn't be. I mean, that's not how America is structured. We're here to make laws and set the playing field for everybody, but outside of that, we need to get out of the way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ide, Senator McEwen.
On and against this. This is a double whammy. 15 years I've been trying to get permission to cut up Wyoming beef, and the government tells me no. And by the way, there are at least 2 meat processing plants in the state already that are USDA certified, but I can't get USDA certified, and I can't cut the meat. And I got the Wyoming legislature supporting facilities that I compete with. I really want y'all to think about that and what this really does. Maybe it helps the ag industry, but it hurts your retail grocery industry who actually still cuts meat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McEwen. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, we're in the business of raising the meat. We sell some locally. We try to have Wyoming grass-fed beef on the market, sell it locally. There are several processors we use that this facility would directly compete with. I don't see, and I do believe that one of the ones we have been using is USDA certified. I think that one is still in business. I don't see that having the government fund another competitor is really necessary. And I think, Mr. President, $50 million for something like this on a third reading amendment, I hope you vote no.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Is this going to be our Washington DC beef project? Is this going to be ultra prime beef that we're processing? I mean, I really don't know how to take this, except it certainly shouldn't be in this budget amendment. So on and against, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Let's go to Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little bit of background. We have done some work in this area in recent years, especially during the pandemic, where the need for smaller processing plants became apparent. Currently, according to committee materials from 2023, it looks like there's about 10 USDA certified facilities currently in the state. So just want to make sure that we're up to date. There's been a lot of work going on in this area. Some of it's been, the state of Wyoming supporting those facilities, and I think you can make an argument for that, considering that the competition is supported by foreign governments oftentimes, and it is a public purpose to ensure that we have a stable supply of meat. So not for or against the amendment right now, but just want to give a little more background there.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Senator Grew.
I think, Mr. President, I'm not on for or against this, as a kind of voted up, voted down, but before we get too deep into the rhetoric here, I just thought I'd maybe mention that I think the bringer, and I applaud the idea, is that maybe one of those smaller processors who got government help, and I think it's a great thing, that maybe they could grow. And then maybe they could go up against one of these foreign competitors and then produce on a large scale. So this is just taking a smaller project, maybe trying to get one of those competitors to maybe grow and be a bigger project. And I know we've never done that before, railroads. I know we've never done that before, Lend-Lease program, World War II. I don't know that we've never, ever contemplated doing something, taking it from a smaller scale to a bigger scale. But maybe every once in a while, it's something, if we're really going to diversify the economy, we could think about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Grew. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Stand with my colleague in the grocery business. He's cutting meat. He's putting it all together on the private dollar. Same concept I said earlier. I go on the airwaves with private dollars and run a series of radio stations, and my biggest competitor every morning is government-funded radio.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McEwen, to your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't spoke much today, so I don't feel that bad. At the end of the day, I was upset that we supported some of the packing plants and processing plants that got built with Wyoming money, vehemently against it. I think it's wrong. God bless socialism. And you won't have to hear me. We keep going down this path. Nobody will have to hear about my meat grinder again and the property tax on it, because it'll be gone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McEwen. Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I was kind of leaning against this bill, but now that I heard I'll never have to hear about the meat grinder again. If we pass it, I think that was a compelling argument, Mr. President. I appreciate those last comments. No more meat grinder.
All right, anything else before we go back to the sponsor? Senator Rothfuss.
Well, Mr. President, I guess this elucidates why when we ask on the Education Committee, can we get local meats, the answer is no. And we'll probably ask again in the upcoming recalibration. That was where it came up in the past. And when we hear from the larger districts and they assure us that there's no way that they could get locally sourced beef or other meats from the state of Wyoming because there's not a sufficient capacity for processing here, I'll remember this amendment if we don't pass it. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I've just missed a revolution in the state of Wyoming where we now have tremendous capacity and all of our grocery stores are capable of supplying sufficient meat to a school district that we can be sourcing local beef. I just don't think that aligns with reality. And it hasn't for as long as I've been in the legislature. We've heard concerns about the capacity for processing of meat in the state of Wyoming for as long as I've been here. And I'm not in ag, it's true. I'm not down the street. Well, actually, I'm down the street from a small boutique meat processor that does a great job. But again, they don't have the capacity that we're talking about to try and meet all of the interests and to really develop the industry in the state, to really empower it. Not a marginal increase where we're adding a second meat grinder to the grocery store, which we would then hear about also. Not that scale, right? This is not a $1 million appropriation. On the Minerals Committee, Mr. President, we think big. We think about billion-dollar facilities. We try to change the economy in the state. We try to empower and revolutionize and attract significant economic diversification. It seemed like we could be doing that for the ag community as well. It seemed like we could try and innovate, empower that community to grow, expand, and not have to look to our neighbors out of state to get the work done. So I'd encourage you to vote for it. I hope you will. But I think that we can, if not, continue this conversation perhaps, because I am hearing in this chamber that everything's just fine, but I don't think that aligns with the real market in terms of supply demand and where we source the beef that come in our grocery stores that we all purchase and that our school districts purchase. Mr. President, on and for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Third reading amendment number 24 is about to meet its fate. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 24, roll call. Anderson? Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Cole? Jones? No. Kolb? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 24. 3 aye, 28 no.
Third reading amendment number 24 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 25.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 25, Section 300S, additions to 300 sections, page 84 after line 15, insert.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, those of you who were here last year, this is an amendment we passed and the governor vetoed. It just allows him to go through the vacancy list and identify 24 full-time positions that he could eliminate, their unfilled positions, and that would generate not less than $2.1 million and some change. So that is basically, that's the annual savings. And so that's basically the amendment, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment, good senators. So there's an assumption that 24 vacant positions means that there's actually 24 vacant positions, and I think that's inaccurate. Because a position is open doesn't mean it won't be filled. So we've gone through this scenario before where we mistakenly cut vacant positions. They were in the process of being filled. I know we're giving that duty to the governor, but there's a reason why there's positions to begin with. Your JAC, no matter which version of what it looks like, is very diligent about adding employees and the number of employees that the state has. The total number of state employees has gone down in the last 10 years significantly. You could go online and you can see the bar graph, see how that has gone down over time. And so what I think will happen is you will find this immediate gratification of cutting 24 positions or instructing the governor to do it and saving millions of dollars. And in 10 months from now, the governor will come back with a request and say, hey, we really need these positions, or I couldn't find them to cut. And then we get in this artificial posturing between the legislature and the governor about a requirement to cut positions that he never wanted to cut and hasn't been able to justify their need. And so we're creating this artificial debate with the executive over positions we don't know anything about, other than that they're vacant, but we don't know the why. And then we have to add them back in, and it looks like we're creating new positions. It's just not the most efficient way to do this process of cutting positions within the executive branch. There's just a smarter way to do that, and that is next January with our Joint Appropriations Committee, hearing from each of those agencies who are defending the number of employees they have and their budgets associated therewith. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Before we go back to the sponsor. Back to you, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you recall, the joint appropriations did try to cut 14 positions. They were unable to, so this helps with that. The other thing is, in our last budget, there were 988 vacant positions that we gave raises to. Not just vacant positions, but we also gave them raises. So I would suggest that this is a good amendment, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 25, roll call. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothbus? Pearson? Aye. Rothbus? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Salazar, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 25, 13 aye, 18 no.
Third reading amendment number 25 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 26.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 26, Section 300S, additions to 300 sections, page 84 after line 15, insert.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I would like to withdraw third reading amendment 26 to Senate File 1.
Absent objection, third reading amendment number 26 has been withdrawn. We are on third reading amendment number 27.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 27, Section 300S, additions to 300 sections, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 27 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This deals with a local government property tax refund program. And so you recall some of the discussions we've had and the impact. This deals strictly with those, what we would call those hardship counties within the state of Wyoming. Members of the body, you have on your table the eligible entities that would fall underneath this. But more so importantly, what I want to just do is to talk about the fiscal impact, what the bill does, and the threshold. And so when you go through that list and you start looking at those counties, these are counties that have a total mill levies of less than $3.5 million. That's their total. That's everything. If you look at those grand total county levies, what this bill does is address those that have less than $3.5 million. And you can see what those counties are on this, Mr. Chairman. The $12 million that's appropriated in this bill represents, so let me back up. So you take all 8 of those counties and you look at the aggregate of the amount of money that's in there, it's roughly 6% of the total amount of mills assessed around the state of Wyoming. So you look at that $354 million, $355 million. If you add all 8 of those up, it really only accounts for about 6% of the total amount of money. So on a relative basis, we're talking about it's a fraction. It's a single-digit number. So what the bill does, or what the amendment does, Mr. Chairman, it appropriates $12 million to the general fund of the Department of Revenue. And it was for those 8 counties would be eligible to apply for that, plus those special districts in those counties, water districts, your fire districts, your hospital districts, anybody could apply for those. And so when you look at the fiscal impact on this, this is basically over a 2-year period of time, it's a 25% backfill. Let me repeat that. It's a 25% backfill for 2 years for the most poor counties in the state of Wyoming. For $12 million, folks, we can do a lot of good. They're still taking a 75% haircut with the bills that we've sent out here, but it helps a little bit. That's what the amendment does, Mr. Chairman, but if you run all the math up and you take those valuations and you look at the impact of one of the larger property tax bills that we sent out of here, this is a 25% backfill for the poorest of the poor. I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Any questions? Any discussion? Senator Jones.
Mr. President, I will take anything at this point that I can get from my special districts. I think we were heavy-handed, and I welcome the chance to at least tell some of these districts that they will get some of their funds back.
Anybody else? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, thank you. I don't think this amendment deals with special districts. This one is for the 8 lowest counties generating revenue. That's the next amendment, special districts. Yep.
Okay. Senator Cole.
Yeah, Mr. President, just to be clear, Sweetwater is not one of the identified hardship districts.
Okay. All right, man, you guys are popping up faster than I can write you down. Senator Crum.
Yes, you know, as you look at the counties just out of the dollars, they are the poorest of the poor. But when you start taking a look at the counties
by maybe how much mill levies they're accessing themselves. Some of these poorest of the poor aren't accessing their mill levies as much as you could on somebody else. The other thing is, when you divide out by population base, if you take it by population, this mix looks a whole lot different than just basing it on just a hard number per county. So I'm not sure this is the best measurement tool to pick who's the poorest of the poor. Well, I do certainly appreciate our good senator from down on the Little Snake Rivers trying to help the poorest of the poor. I'm not sure these are actually the poorest of the poor counties. So just want to share that.
Thank you, Senator Crum. Anybody else? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So page 2, line 22 of that amendment, this amendment talks about who's eligible. It could be counties, cities, towns, qualifying special districts. Certainly, it's only within those 8 qualifying counties, and you can disagree with that, but it is broadly applicable to all of those taxing authorities that may be there. And as far as whether they, you can look at the sheet that we've been provided and know if they're taxing at their full mills or not. It's pretty hard to know if you don't actually know what, well, you can tell by the county and the towns, probably by the county. You can't tell by the special districts. There's all different kinds of special districts in those communities, whether they be rural healthcare districts, et cetera, and they all have different mill levy limits, maximums. So they could be they could just be the difference in the special tax districts in there is why you're getting some of these anomalies or differences in the numbers. So I don't find this actually problematic. It's $12 million. It's for 1 year. Well, maybe it's for 2 years, but we're going to be back before the second year, so we can adjust it if we need to. So I think this is something we should consider. The second thing, and this goes to one of the previous commenters talking about a subsequent amendment. If you pass this one, you actually free up money in the second one to help all of those special districts around the state. So they actually could work nicely together if you so chose. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against, the first question I would have is why isn't there an arrow next to my county in the fine tradition of that question? But even going back to the principle here, the idea that we're selecting some counties to provide alleviation from what we're doing elsewhere in this legislative session of reducing tax cuts and somehow we're going to pay for those. It just starts the whole conversation back up that we already have addressed with backfill. We don't have a sustainable source of backfill. We're reducing revenue, and the idea that we're going to hold harmless some counties because it turns out it hurts those counties, it certainly hurts my county to reduce property taxes. There's absolutely no question of that, Mr. President. It's going to hurt my county. My county's not on this list. I don't know why I would support this. It just doesn't make sense that we're going to ease the pain for some districts or some counties. And as I look at this list, I'm pretty confident these counties strongly supported cuts to their property tax. I'm absolutely certain of it. Give them what they asked for.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is not an arrow next to my county, yet I'm still on in support of the amendment. Mr. President, we have to do what's best for the state. And maybe I'm a little bit more skeptical than most of us around here as to our tax structure. The counties, if we want to look at it just in terms of our district, where the money gets extracted, the counties that the money gets diverted to. I'm sure it's difficult to not have, if you have a large government presence in your community, not have property taxes as a result of it. Flip side, you get hundreds of millions of dollars dumped in your community in general funds every year. So I guess you have to take the bad with the good. These counties are less able to deal with the decisions that we've made here. My county's going to be fine either way, Mr. President. It doesn't affect us. But we have an obligation to take the system that we have and do what's right, since we do have a statewide system of wealth redistribution, do what's right for the most people involved. For the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Anything else before the sponsor? Let's go to Senator Crum for your second time.
Mr. President, my second time. I would just say, why these 8 counties? Why not 9? Why not 10? Why not 23? Why did we draw a line, an artificial line somewhere? And why did we use just the total revenue thing? Why didn't we look at some other method and look at several methods? Why did we just use one method? If you take population, there's other counties that would appear on this list. So I would urge a no vote on this. We're going to have another amendment that we can talk about here in just a minute, but this one doesn't seem fair to me across the board. We're picking winners and losers, and I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Crum. Anybody else wish to speak before the sponsor? All right, back to you, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, so if I can answer some of the questions. So one of the questions comes up, well, what about the mill levies? You know, if they're not even assessing their full mill, why should we give them money back? So I would draw your attention to page 2, line 14, Romanet 3 deals with that very question. So if you're not fully taxing yourself, you're not eligible for this refund. And it is all those districts out there. So I looked at a number of metrics. So I looked at what would the effect of a number of bills, and you guys have all distributed, and regardless of what metric you use. So here's the fiscal impact that you deal with the Senate file that did the majority of the property tax. And so it's not all taxes, this is specifically to that. And you find that natural break, right? Where are the hardship counties? It doesn't change what metric you use. I could have handed you 3 or 4 different pieces of paper out here, and you're gonna come back and say, these are our poorest counties. You know, and I've been here a long time. And one of the things that I've always been proud about is that we've always stood up as a state and we've helped our neighbors when they needed help. You know, we just debated a bill for $100 million. It's gonna have a significant impact on a number of counties that got burned up last year. And the reason that we all voted for that is because we take care of our neighbors. I didn't have any fires in Sweetwater or Carbon in my district, but I'm sure as heck gonna help out my neighbors that got burned up in Campbell and Johnson and all of the other counties around the state, because that's what we do down here, is we help our neighbors out. This is just a little bit of help. It's a 25% backfill. So let's talk about that. Does it cost more to blade a mile of road in one county over the other? Does it cost more to maintain those other services? I don't know. It seems to me like if you're blading a road and you got a road grader and you're doing a mile of road, it's a pretty well set fixed cost, regardless of what county you're in. So you look at some of these counties, it's called fixed costs. You're prorated out on a population basis, we'll never have any equity because the cost to blade a road, hire a sheriff, or maintain an ambulance system costs the same regardless. And sometimes it's a little bit more expensive in rural America and little rural Wyoming. So I would just ask you for a measly $12 million, which is a 25 backfill. Let's just be good neighbors.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. We're voting on third reading amendment number 27. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 27, Anderson? No. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 27, 11 aye, 20 no.
Third reading amendment number 27 has failed. We are on third reading amendment number 28.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 28, Section 300S, additions to 300 sections, page 1, line 9, after.
Let's see, this is going to you, Mr. Craig, Senator Craig.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1. Make sure you have your corrected copy and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, a few days ago, we passed a tax bill out of this body, and I think I can refer to it because it's actually in the text of this amendment. That was Senate File 69. As we all know, in that particular bill, this body passed and provided a 50% tax cut to all of our residential property taxes for folks back home. And however, we didn't put any backfill for all of our local government entities in that particular bill, and we haven't done it yet. Since that time, I think many of us, especially those of us in smaller jurisdictions, smaller districts, have heard a lot from our constituents about how devastating these cuts will be to those entities that provide the most essential services to our communities. This amendment is simply an attempt to partially help with that problem. It's not going to solve the problem that many of us see, but it will maybe chip away just a tiny bit. So, Mr. President, this amendment is a one-year appropriation that will fully backfill 4 select special districts in all 23 of the counties. No one has to stand up and say, why is there a 0 next to my county's name? It applies to all of the counties and all of the 4 special districts in all 23 counties. And these are the special districts that I think are at the forefront of our mind when we start worrying about how are they going to make it. They're fire districts, your rural healthcare districts, or as I call them, your ambulance districts, hospital districts, and your senior citizen service districts. And just to walk through the amendment real quick, Mr. President, we have a definition, Part B there, that's the appropriation. It's a $15 million appropriation, and I think it's actually going to cost us a little bit less than that, but I put just a little bit of wiggle room in there. I think it's right around 14 million, but just to be sure, we made it a $15 million appropriation. Whatever doesn't get used will go back to the general fund. There's an application process, and so in talking with the Department of Revenue, it was going to be easier for them if all the special districts in each county got together and did one application through the county, and then the county applies directly to the department for the grant. And the money will flow back to the county. The county would then distribute it to the special districts through our local treasurers. And then there's some limiting language there. Essentially, you can only get one grant. And this particular amendment will only go into effect if one of the tax bills that is currently flowing through both houses is passed and becomes law. And so that's, Mr. President, that's the amendment. $15 million to make sure that 4 select districts, special districts, that provide life-saving, life-sustaining services to the members of our communities can make it 1 year. I think that'll give us a chance to come back next year, figure out what this body wants to do, and figure out how or if we want to give them options to raise their own funds, do whatever it needs to make sure that they can stay in business and provide those services that our folks back home really do need. Most of these districts are at the top end of their mill levies already, and they're barely making it. I can, specifically think about hospitals. I know we've talked about hospitals since we've been here, since the beginning of session. We continue to talk about hospitals. They're just one example. They're struggling to make it, and if we take away a large portion of their funding, they will be desperate to make it even 1 year. And so, I want to ensure a fire truck shows up when you call 911, or that an ambulance shows up when you're hurt, or that we can drop you off at a hospital after that ambulance ride, Mr. President. And I want to make sure that there's meals delivered to a lot of those folks in our districts, through our senior citizen service districts. They service a lot of folks, and they do yeoman's work with not very much money. I'm just trying to help them, Mr. President, and so stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Brennan.
Thanks, Mr. President. On and for this amendment, we've talked about that the supplemental budget is for emergencies, fires, ambulances, hospitals. Those seem like emergencies to me, so I would encourage us to vote aye on this.
Further discussion, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for this amendment, I think it helps. I think that we're all a little unique, like was stated, that we've got one of these situations in our districts that have to be covered. So it isn't a lot of money once again, and it's really not, but it does help. I'm really was concerned and am concerned about fire districts. I think what people don't understand is we lose a fire district, you're not gonna be able to get insurance for your house. The next cascade effect is you're not gonna get a mortgage for said house, because who's gonna buy a house when you can't get insurance for it, and they won't loan on it. So I think there's a lot of things that this really does help. So on and for the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Dockstader.
This one's hard because I've held pretty strong with 69, haven't wavered. But I also hold strong with my fire districts. I'm just there with them. And then down on the south end of my county, there's a little hospital that struggles. My north end, it thrives. In fact, they just opened up a second little mini hospital, both ends of our valley there, complete with surgical centers, 24/7 emergency care. They thrive. But down on the south end, I've got a hospital that just struggles. And it seems like I've always taken care of this area. There's never a vote in it for me. There's nothing. But it seems like I feel a responsibility to their coal mine, their power plant, and I feel a responsibility to their hospital. So I'm going to stand with this bill, this amendment.
Anybody else? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators, good discussion, and I think this is, worthy of your consideration. I think some things that we need to consider big picture, which is a recognition that 69 2-year sunset. We promised to come back and look at these impacts, right, on all of our communities and our counties and our special districts, that there is that referendum coming in 26. And so as we start reverting back to backfill, are you committed to long-term sustainable backfill that the state will continue to make it part of its ongoing budget? That's not a decision you're being confronted here with today, because there is a sunset. We don't know what's going to happen in 26 with the referendum. But we committed to no backfill as a signal to local governments that the state will not and cannot sustain all of the state's services on our budget. And so I just want to be mindful and make sure the message is heard that this is not a sustainable plan long-term. Thank you.
Senator Rye.
Yeah, I'm on and against this amendment. We passed a bill here that I think is what the people wanted, and a little patchwork here, a little patchwork there. We're just making a smorgasbord out of what we just all agreed on. So I understand the concerns of the fire districts and hospitals, but I think we need to stick to our guns here and see how everybody works this out on Senate File 69 if we get that through, and see where the chips fall in 2 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's Friday afternoon, almost 4:30, the last budget amendment. And we have to think about the future of Wyoming and how we got to this point. And how we got to this point was a lot of our citizens were very adamant that they wanted property tax relief. They understood that property taxes were local, funded local services. They understood what they asked for when they elected representatives to move that forward here in Cheyenne. They understood what they were asking for when they voted for the constitutional amendment. It's really important we give them what they asked for, because they wanted their local government reduced. That's why they voted and selected representatives to come to Cheyenne to cut property taxes. It's not ethical to take money raised from the mineral industry, by and large, because Cheyenne does not exist on any property taxes. The state of Wyoming, except for the school foundation program, which is a redistribution by and large, does not exist on property taxes. The people have spoken, Mr. President. We have to see where this goes, but they have spoken and we have to respect it. Thank you.
Let's go to Senator Landon.
Really appreciated those words of the previous two speakers. They really hit a couple of nails on the head. You know, tonight though, I'm thinking about a fire district back home on a mountain that every one of us are familiar with because we've driven right by it. And I've got a lot of friends and neighbors and constituents that live up on that mountain. And you know what? I'm going to support this amendment because it's a little bit of a bridge, something that fire district can lean back on. I have no idea what the summer is going to look like, but if we don't start getting some snow, I've got a pretty good idea of what we're going to be dealing with. And for that district alone, I think about supporting it. That doesn't even count the fact that I represent a healthcare community. And I've got all kinds of senior citizens who rely on services. I get it. I get that we're easing back in a little bit of a direction here, but I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's see here. Let's go to Senator Scott and then Hicks.
Mr. President, on and for the amendment. Mr. President, the people I represent were in favor of the property tax cut. Some of them just because I'd like to pay a little less taxes, but significant portion of them because they were having trouble meeting ends due to the inflation we've had in our society, and particularly due to the inflation we've had in our property values in our county. And it was really hurting a lot of people that were retired on a fixed budget, were struggling to survive one paycheck to the next because of the inflation. And they don't understand all the intricacies of our government finance. You know, they knew the state had enough so that we could afford something. They didn't know about the details of, the county fire department fire district depended on this sort of thing. And Mr. President, we have a responsibility to make sure that those special districts that are meeting key needs that we have around the state can continue to provide those services, which are super important. So I think we ought to vote for this amendment. And I'm familiar with the largest area in the state government where we spend money in the schools. And I tell you, we're going to have to control our expenditures in that area. We've got some opportunities before us this year yet. We've got some other things we can do longer term. But we are going to have to keep those expenses under control because they're going to start eating into everything else if we don't. But that's not what's before us right now. What's before us right now with this amendment is preserving some key local services. And Mr. President, we ought to do that. It's a small price for the much larger tax cut.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, and so the people did speak. They passed a constitutional amendment that says the legislature may, right? We may. But they also elected us to come down here and do a job. That's what we call a constitutional republic. So two things happened. They said, we want property tax relief as prescribed by the legislature. That's us. They elected us to come down here to do it. Each one of you has more information available at your fingertips than almost any of your constituents out there. And this is, so we have this thing called this constitutional republic that we're supposed to come down here, amass all this information and make good decisions. I don't remember it on the ballot saying, we want property tax at the expense of all of our local funding for emergencies. I just don't remember that provision on there. We have a duty and a responsibility to come down here and implement what the will of the people was, but we chose not to do that, Mr. President. We're reading into something I don't think was in the constitutional amendment that was passed by the people. They said property tax relief. And certainly we could have done that. My colleague from Natrona County said yes, absolutely. $1.8 billion a year in our public school system, that's our responsibility. We could have reduced those school mills and assumed that responsibility and given property tax relief. We didn't do that. We chose a different method. I'll remind you, it was brought up earlier. I think we're 7 counties that this wasn't passed in, 56% passage rate. But it didn't say, take away all of my local emergency services. It wasn't on the ballot. That's our responsibility to make a determination on how best to do this. I think this is responsible. I think it's consistent with what the people said. And I would encourage you to vote for it.
Anybody else before the sponsor? You ready to go? All right. We're voting on third reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 28. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 28, 18 aye, 13 no.
Third reading amendment number 28 has been adopted. The Senate will stand at ease to the sound of the gavel.
Thank you.
Senate will come back to order. We're on third reading amendment number 29. Senators.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 29, section 300, budget balancers, page 68, line 13.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move third reading Amendment 29 to Senate File 1. Honorable members, this is our budget balancer, which literally covers our actions over the past few days to the supplemental budget. Basically, what this does is it pays for the expenditures of all of our amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the amendment. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 29. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 29, 30 aye, 1 no.
Third reading amendment number 29 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 30.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 30, sections 6, administration and information, 24, state parks and cultural resources, 205, education, school finance, 348, Wyoming State Shooting Complex appropriations, page 14, line 19, after.
Vice President Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that third reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1. Honorable members, this is purely technical amendment. These are spelling errors, legal syntaxes, and cleanup items that LSO have found in the budget bill. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. This will be a voice vote. Any discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 30, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment has been adopted. Senate File 1 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Will the chief clerk call the roll?
Third reading roll call. Senate File 1, Anderson. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 1, 28 aye, 3 no.
Senate File 1, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Thank you Appropriations Committee for all your hard work on that budget. All right, messages, Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're thanking people, I'd sure like to thank those folks over there in the bullpen. I watch those guys, they're typing with one hand, writing with the other, and somebody's talking in both ears. What an amazing bunch of people they are.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to the staff. Senator Driscoll.
One last, not a cheer, but a moment of prayer for Elizabeth. She's definitely missed through this process, so.
Let's take a moment of silence for Elizabeth. Just, yeah, speaking of that, there is a card up here for you to sign. If you haven't signed it for Elizabeth, it's right there, so. Elizabeth, you are in our prayers and we miss you. All right. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, Mr. President, these messages are dated February 7, 2025. Message number 212. House Bill number 273, Wyoming Pregnancy Centers Autonomy and Rights, passed the House. Ayes 46, noes 14, excused 2. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House in an amended form. Message number 209, House Bill 72, Protecting Women's Privacy in Public Spaces Act, ayes 52, noes 8, excused 2. Message number 210, House Bill number 202, Fast Track Permits Act, ayes 40, noes 20, excused 2. Message number 211, House Bill number 245, Pen and Paper Ballots, ayes 44, noes 16, excused 2. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Randy. Reports from standing committees.
Mr. President, the following reports are dated February 7, 2025. Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 197, Wyoming Generational Investment Account 2, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Driscoll, Guru, Larson, Salazar, and Smith. Senator Salazar, Chairman. Committee number 2, to whom is referred Senate File 195, Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Guru, Larson, Salazar, and Smith. No, Senator Driscoll. Senator Salazar, Chairman. Committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 190, Election Transparency, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Boner, Case, Dockstader, Landon, and Steinmetz. Senator Case, Chairman. Committee number 3, Revenues, whom is referred Senate File 61, Pollution Control Property Tax Exemption Applicability, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Case, French, Ide, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator McEwen, Chairman. Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 123, School Finance Competitive Grants for Crossing Guards, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Driscoll, Guru, Larson, Salazar, and Smith. Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, Committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred Senate Joint Resolution 10, Legislative and Executive Authority Taxation and Spending, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators French, Ide, and McEwen. No, Senators Case and Pappas. Senator McEwen, Chairman.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, committees. That was it for the committee works for the Senate files. All right, bills on second reading. Whoa, got some girth to it. Senate File 103, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 103, terminating and defunding diversity, equity, and inclusion.
There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk read in the amendment?
Senate File 103, second reading amendment number 1, page 3, line 8, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 103 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this is just to address some of the issues with the appropriation. Yesterday, we're just deleting on page 3, lines 8 and 9, directly or indirectly with regarding the entity. And then if you see down there in subsection B, each entity shall not expend appropriated funds. So that kind of ties up that loophole that everyone was worried about contracting outside of the state. It has to be a direct appropriation to the specified entity. So with that, I'd stand for any questions or call the question.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions on the amendment? Hearing none, question being called. All those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion to adopt second reading amendment number 1, the Senate File 103, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Senate File 103, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 126, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 126, establishment of a K-8 public lab school.
Senate File 126, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 133, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 133, protection of parental rights amendments.
Senator Brennan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Absent any objection, I would ask that Senate File 133 be laid back one day.
Absent objection, Senate File 133 is laid back for one day. Senate File 145, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 145, local governments investments in equities.
Senate File 145, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 151, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 151, monthly ad valorem tax distribution amendments.
Senate File 151, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 154, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 154, industrial wind and solar projects hearing deadline.
Senate File 154, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 155, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 155, international physician licensing.
Senate File 155, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 162, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 162, education block grant model amendments.
There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 162, second reading amendment number 1, page 1, line 14, delete.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 1, Senate File 162, and ask for the body's favorable consideration. As you'll recall, good colleagues, on Committee of the Whole, we had a discussion about when this should actually take place, the implementation of this. And speaking with the good bringer of the bill, this morning we agreed that maybe laying it off 1 year to be post-recalibration efforts would be prudent. So what you have before you, good colleagues, is exactly that. Page 1, line 14, taking it from the upcoming school year to the following school year, which will place it after the recalibration effort and after our legislative session where we consider that recalibration. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to stand, Mr. President, be glad to stand for any questions. Ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Barlow's motion to adopt second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 162, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Senate File 162 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 172, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 172, Physical Therapy Licensure Compact.
Senate File 172 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 191, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 191, State Funds, Proxy Voting, and Pecuniary Investments.
Senate File 191 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 196, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 196, Second Amendment Protection Act Amendments.
Senate File 196 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate Joint Resolution 2, second reading of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 2, Resolution Demanding Equal Footing.
Senate Joint Resolution 2 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the joint resolution be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate Joint Resolution 4, second reading of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 4, Resolution on Commercial Baseload Power Generation.
Senate Joint Resolution 4 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the joint resolution be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate Joint Resolution 6, second reading of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 6, School Capital Construction Constitutional Amendment.
Senate Joint Resolution 6 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the joint resolution be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate Joint Resolution 11, second reading of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, Supporting Anti-ESG Litigation.
Senate Joint Resolution 11 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the joint resolution be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. All right. Madam Majority Floor Leader, we are at that order of business to consider bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Begrudgingly, Senator Olson, come on down. Welcome up, sir. You're gonna get through all these, right?
Try. We're gonna try. The committee of the whole will please come to order. The first bill for our consideration is Senate File 164. The reading clerk will please read the Senate file.
Senate File 164, Parimutuel Rodeo Definitions, an act relating to the Wyoming Gaming Commission, sponsored by Senator Driscoll, was referred to Committee Number 6, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Boner, Hicks, Jones, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Landon? Oh, yeah, sorry, I gotta get used to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report tonight, that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 164. And for an explanation of this good little bill, I'd ask that you please call on the senator from Devil's Tower.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Senate File 164, parimutuel rodeo definitions. Realizing I'm standing between you and your time going home, I'm going to be pretty quick on this. If you remember back a few years ago, our parimutuel events, the FBI came in and said, absolutely, I held the bill for a year. We came back last year. You have to do fingerprinting and background checks on certain people in parimutuel events. We did not include rodeo at the time because it actually hadn't come all the way through. So what this merely does is adds the exact same things to rodeo if it's a pari-mutuel event, and it doesn't force them to do it. What this does is puts it in statute, and it allows the Gaming Commission to programulate the rules for rodeo, which may or may not include it, but that's really all this does. Very simple bill, puts us in compliance with the FBI on background and fingerprint checks. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions? All right. Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises a report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 164 do pass, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 164 has passed the committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 22. The reading clerk will please read the Senate file.
Senate File 22, Ground for Termination of Parental Rights Guardianship, an act relating to children, sponsored by Senator Schuler, was referred to Committee Number 1, which turned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. I, Senators Craig Crum, Kolb, and Olson. Excused, Senator Hicks. Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the Senate file. What is your pleasure, Senator Crago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 22 do pass, and I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the good sponsor, Senator Schuler.
Okay. Senator Schuler, there is a standing committee amendment. We'll have that read in at this time.
Senate File 22, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, corrected copy, page 2, line 7, delete.
Senator Schuler.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we'll hold off on the amendment till we go through the bill really quick. So again, a really important bill. This is a bill that, as a result of testimony that we heard in some of our judiciary committees during the interim, started hearing a lot about grandparents that were raising their grandkids and having some issues where mom and dad or mom would pop back in and then, you know, maybe get thrown in jail or maybe get back on drugs. And the kids, the little grandkids are getting bounced around like a pinball machine. And so what this bill does is it provides a guardianship with a relative and a finding of unfitness that could be a ground for the termination of the parental rights. There are 9 grounds in statute which pertain to grounds for termination of a parent-child relationship. And the important thing about this is the parent-child legal relationship may be terminated if any one of those 9 factors are established, but it has to be established by clear and convincing evidence. Wyoming rules of civil procedure do apply to these proceedings for termination of parental rights, and the court has to find a statutory basis for termination by clear and convincing evidence. So the courts are not going to go in and just take away someone's rights, you know, willy-nilly. Just to give you a couple statistics, I think you'll be shocked by this. In Wyoming, there are 7,428 grandparents statewide that are responsible for their grandkids. Almost half of those have been with their grandparents for 5 years. And that doesn't include those being raised by aunts and uncles. That number is more than 11,000. We have 11,000 kids being raised by relatives. In Fremont County, it's about 1 in 50. Goshen County, about 1 in 77. Sublette County, about 1 in 78. But the bottom line is that children that are raised by relatives, they thrive better than those in foster care. They experience less anxiety, depression, school issues, and behavioral changes. They have fewer of the ACEs, which are the adverse child experiences, which sometimes, you know, follow them around their whole entire life. So what this 10th amendment would be, this 10th ground, it just says the child has been appointed a guardian who is a relative of the child has been under the guardian's care for more than 24 months, and the parent is unfit to have custody and control of the child. I won't read all the other grounds, you can look those up in statute, but the bottom line is this bill provides an opportunity for permanent stability for these kids without permanently erasing any possibility of contact with the biological parents. So in other words, if those parents become stable, they can still be a part of that child's life. There's no doubt about it, but we just can't have these kids being bounced around for years, waiting for that parent to be able to get stable. It also enables Wyoming families to take care of their own at no cost to the state, and it helps make sure that these grandkids have a good chance at a happy, stable life. So the bottom line, there's different times in our world, it's a different time in our world. We've got to protect the rights of our kids to have a safe and healthy environment. This is just one more tool in the toolbox. We have too many kids right now that are struggling. So if we don't get them to a safe and healthy environment where they can be cared for by a relative who's there to love and provide them, we're not doing right by the kids. With that, I'm happy to answer questions on the bill, and then we'll bring forth the amendment.
All right, any questions? Senator Crego, are you going to tackle the amendment? Okay, go ahead. Oh, yep, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 22, ask for the body's favorable consideration. So what this amendment does, good senators, is creates a little bit more of a sideboard in this particular bill. So where it says 24 months, we're requiring that to be consecutive 24 months. So it isn't 2 months 1 year, 5 months the next. It's all in a row. I think that's more in line with the intent of the sponsor. The second part of the amendment actually didn't get drafted quite right coming out of committee, and I'm going to ask you to pass it anyways, and I'll be coming back with a second reading amendment to fix that. And what that is going to do is just make this conform to our existing statutory language requiring a showing that the parent is unfit. The language is in there, and in all the other statutes in this particular, or all the other subsections in this particular statute, it uses the word showing, and we're just making it conform, and I'll fix that on the second reading. So please vote aye on the amendment.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of Senator Crego's motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 22, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, the amendment has been adopted, and we are back on the bill. Any discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Crego's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 22 do pass, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Senate File 22 has passed the committee of the whole. The next file for our consideration is Senate File 150. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 150, For-Profit Trade Schools Property Tax Exemption, an act relating to taxation and revenue sponsored by Senator McEwen, was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators French, Ide, and McEwen. Noes Senators Case and Pappas. Senator McEwen, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman McEwen?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 150 do pass.
Thank you, and there is a standing committee amendment. If we could have that read in at this time.
Senate File 150, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 4, line 19, delete.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill basically does is help out some of the trade schools around the state with a property tax exemption. On second reading, I'll get back to you on the cost. Currently, right now, it looks like it's anywhere from $600,000-$700,000, probably definitely below $1 million. And this bill is called a tax exemption. Once again, I really don't like the title of it, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, I guess. What we're trying to do with this is increase the number of students that attend trade schools, while also trying to attract more trade schools into the state. Currently, about 84 to 86%, depending on which trade school you look at, actually places kids or young adults into their career field. A lot of them stay in Wyoming as opposed to losing them through some of the more conventional education. We are about 642 positions short, or job listings right now, for kids in the trades. The idea behind this is to help the trade schools out a little bit, free up a little bit of capital for them so they can work on expanding services, equipment, scholarships, attracting new students, recruitment. Just to give you an example, we had
the chairman of Kenworth actually testified in our committee meeting. They love the schools in Wyoming. They want to see them go forward. Some of the larger automobile dealerships also testified. For every empty bay they have, it's about $600,000 to $700,000 a year in lost revenues. Why am I telling you this? This bill will more than pay for itself. It will grow the economy in the trade school area, and it'll help get some kids that may not be lucky enough to get in some funding to help them get in also. And it's just a really good bill. It will grow our economy. And once again, I can't emphasize enough that it'll pay for itself. Some of the, what I would call bells and whistles in this bill, in order for a trade school to even apply for the exemption, they must be accredited by their accrediting agencies. They vary. For example, diesel automotive kind of stuff would be ASCE. The other thing is it requires an 80% pass rate, and then they have some audits on their placement rates also. So it's kind of, it really helps the area, but it also puts some fairly stiff requirements for them to earn the exemption also. They have to perform to get it. And with that, I would ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Senator McEwen, do you want to move the amendment?
I do.
All right.
I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 150 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment is basically just cleanup language on how the Department of Revenue would handle it. Mostly it would be done through the assessors, and then the audits, the Department of Revenue would be helping. The department would not actually be on the ground doing the assessment for the exemption itself. So once again, it's really just cleanup language. So I ask for your favorable vote on that also.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 150, please say aye. Any opposed, no? All right, that amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Any discussion on the bill? Senator Landon.
Just a real quick question. I am assuming and hope that this will cover trade schools that already exist here. We've got one over the hill, and I don't know how many in the state, but this is not just to attract new trade schools. We're going to take care of those that are already here, I assume.
Okay. Any other discussion before I go back to Senator McEwen? Oh, sorry. Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would speak against this bill. Mr. Chairman, our taxes are best when everybody pays them and shares, and they're applied evenly across the board. And they're low, they're minor, they are as low as can be, but everybody pitches in. This is a for-profit company, or more than one for-profit company. They're in it for a business. If we should remove taxes in this instance, we should remove taxes in my business. I provide economic development. Grocery stores provide economic development and feed people. Should get rid of taxes on them because it would benefit. There's no limit and there's no argument here. These students are in incredibly high demand. People do want them. They will pay high wages for them. Students will pay the cost of their education. It all works out. It's called the market system, which really is great. I ask you to vote no on this bill.
Other discussion, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically on and against this bill. You know, we're picking winners and losers, the government. We've got other issues with community colleges doing something very similar, a lot of things similar. And everything's for free now? There's no taxes? Because you pick this particular industry? And like was previously said, the trades are in crazy high demand right now. And there's other opportunities through other mechanisms. And so we're going to just say this trade school, and I went to a trade school. Bergen County Vocational Technical High School.
Senator Cole,
Sorry.
watch the proper names.
Went to a school that did this. And there's other mechanisms that we have that accomplishes the same thing. I don't know why all of a sudden we're going to pick one thing out of the blue and say, this is a needed thing, and now we're going to give them a tax break, as opposed to any other, I don't know, situation in the state of Wyoming that would deserve a similar tax break. So I on and against the idea of tax breaks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senator back in the corner from the western central part of the state. I think he made some good points, actually, to just get rid of property taxes on grocery stores and whatever other businesses there are. That's kind of the direction I think we should go. Property taxes are immoral. They're government-imposed theft, effectively. I think this is a good bill, a small step toward getting us, hopefully eliminating property taxes and get us in a position where we have to look at a consumption tax. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Chairman, if there's any question about how I was going to vote, the dapper man from the Rocket City solidified my vote. He said we shouldn't pick winners and losers. We already do. Community colleges compete with the private sector for vocational training, and so we should level the playing field and not tax either. So I'll be on and for this bill.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on and against the bill, probably the largest, and I'm almost certain it's the largest, trade school in the state is in my district. And it's a school that we're incredibly proud of. It's an exceptional trade school. Our community is blessed to have it. In fact, I think many legislators in this room remember several years ago when it was on the chopping block, the school was closing down. And the legislature understood the importance of that school to the state, the importance of the trades, and we extended a $5 million loan to allow for the purchase of that facility by its current owner and a previous owner from many years ago. So he took that particular institution from, I think they were down to 20 students. And now they're thriving once again. Hundreds of students go through there, nearly thousands of students, I believe at this point, go through there each year. One of the most successful trade schools in the country. But Mr. Chairman, it is a for-profit company. We have uniformity of taxation. So while I love this institution and I want them to succeed and I'm proud of the success they have, it is not appropriate for us to pick particular business entities and to offer them nonprofit status equivalency so that they have property tax exemption. It's just not appropriate. We have other great businesses in my community. They, too, should not be exempt from property taxation. If we wanted uniformity, and if there is concern of that, for the good senator here locally, I think the right way to go would be to actually recognize that the University of Wyoming and our colleges should probably pay property tax in some form, government property tax, because the resources are needed by the community to provide support for those institutions. Probably not going to get there, but if we wanted fairness in the right direction that actually recognized the services that are required, that'd be the right direction. This is a facility that requires significant local resources to operate. Benefits from us having a fire department, police, roads, water. They utilize the taxes that they pay. It is an important part of our community, but it's an important consumer in our community also. There's no free ride for the existence of this. It's paying its way That's fair. It is paying its way. And we appreciate that continued revenue that allows our community to support the facility, to support their growth, and they have been growing, which is wonderful. On and against the bill, on and against the non-uniform taxation that it represents, and hopefully towards uniformity in taxation. Mr. Chairman.
Senator McEwen.
You see if I can't take this home, Mr. Chairman. On some of the issues brought up, I'll answer the easy question first. Yes, it does cover existing trade schools, and it will go into effect. The whole purpose behind this is to level the playing field. And to say we're going to take tax dollars from the University of Wyoming is literally taking money out of this pocket and putting it into that pocket. Second of all, equal taxation, it's kind of like local control. We like it when we don't, or we like it when we do, and we like it when we don't. And we say, oh, it's for profit, it shouldn't get a tax exemption. Yet, how many millions of dollars are being exempted at a data center? Albeit sales tax, but it's still a tax exemption. Coal, gas, and oil on pollution control devices. Billions for tax exempt. And I could keep going. There's plenty of for-profits that are tax exempt in this state. This is an important item, and it helps us generate more. It helps attract more trade schools. It gives us a leg up. And it helps us fill critical positions that we're not filling right now. So as you look at this, I love the equality and all that argument of taxation, but it's not there. And don't kid yourself. There's some things that are fair and there's some things that aren't. It depends how you fall out. But I think for less than about $1 million, the state's going to receive millions in tax revenue, or excuse me, millions in revenue in our local communities, and it'll speed up the velocity of money. And once again, it will level the playing field with the community colleges, who, by the way, don't pay property tax, but teach the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear, I'm not in favor of government doing more government things. I am, however, confused about how we're picking this thing. We're not leveling the playing field. We're picking a winner. The winner is the group we picked here, the trade schools. That's how simple this is. So, I mean, you can say, I mean, the better argument may be there shouldn't be any tax, I suppose. We want to have that debate. But this isn't that debate. This is carving out one single industry who is owned by a group of people, in a corporation probably, but it directly gives them benefits that other businesses in the state do not have. And that's the unfairness about this. That's the issue. The broader issue, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this particular thing, which is picking a winner and loser. No matter how good we think this winner and loser is, it's still picking a winner or loser. On and against the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion on this bill? All right. All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 150 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. All right, Senate File 150 has passed the committee of the whole. Division being called, all those in favor of Senate File 150, please stand. Okay, be seated. All those opposed, please stand. 13 aye, 15 no. So pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Committee of the Whole roll call vote for Senate File 150. Anderson,
Excused.
excused. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll?
Excused.
Excused. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. 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 Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Kewen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson?
No.
No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 150, 12 aye, 17 no, 2 excused.
Senate File 150, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5A is deemed indefinitely postponed. Senator Rothfuss, will you please take the chair? Oh, Madam Majority Floor Leader. Oh. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we stand recessed until 6:05. Good senators, there's pizza in the break room if you go grab a slice, and then we'll keep working through the evening, through the remainder of the list, but there's pizza in the break room, so we'll come back in 15 minutes.
You've heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. That motion does carry. We are in recess.
Okay.
Committee of the Whole, please come back to order. Next bill for your consideration is Senate File 157. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 157, Department of Family Services Confidentiality Amendments 2, an act relating to the Department of Family Services sponsored by Senator Olson, was referred to Committee Number 1, which turned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 157 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments on this bill, and I will explain it. Dear Senators, this bill was a product of the Joint Judiciary interim. They worked very hard over the interim to produce this bill, and it just didn't make it over the threshold in the House, but it is a very important bill, so we decided to give it another shot over here and let you hear about it. A little bit of background on this bill. It started as a mental health and vulnerable adult task force bill. Like I said, it went through the interim committee process. It is a bill to authorize data sharing between the department that oversees our families and necessary parties. So some of those necessary parties could include state agencies, but they also include contracted community providers for referrals and services that they provide. So what issues are we trying to fix? Currently, the department that oversees families cannot share information with the department that oversees your health. So we've put in place legislative mandates that they just simply can't meet without sharing that data. One of them is called behavioral health redesign, for example. Some of you may be familiar with that from years past. Currently also, the department that oversees families cannot share information with contracted community providers for services to families. So what that means is they can't go to a community provider and say, hey, family XYZ needs ABC services. And so instead, we put the onus on, or the burden on the families. They have the responsibility to reach out, to find the community provider, to reach out to the community provider and say, hey, I need some help. So what that has resulted in is a lot of missed opportunities for early intervention with families that need, wraparound services. So this will allow the department to share only the necessary information in order to get that first call made to the family so they can get the services that they need. The last piece to this is that we have tasked the department that oversees our families with collecting and analyzing data. Very specifically, the Joint Judiciary Committee has tasked them with juvenile justice data collection. And the problem is they can't collect the data without this bill. So this bill would allow them to collect de-identified data. So there's no name, there's no social security number, no date of birth, those types of things, just numbers, so that they can analyze those and provide the reports back to the Joint Judiciary and the legislature as mandated by us. Lastly, because this question did come up in committee, and if it were to come up on the floor, I want you to have this answer because I think it's important. There's a question asked about being able to opt in or opt out of this provision. So if a family didn't want their information shared with a community provider, for example, would they have the ability to opt out? Under the legislation, they don't have that. However, when we questioned the director of the department that oversees families, she said that this bill does allow for rulemaking and that that's already on their radar, and they plan to provide an opt-out provision in their rulemaking authority. And that is the bill, Mr. Chairman. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Olson. Discussion on Senate File 157, Department of Family Services Confidentiality Amendments 2. Any discussion, questions? Yes. Senator Pearson, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concern with this bill. I have concern with data breaches, sharing of information, very private information, and not knowing who it's going to. I mean, at the very least, there needs to be an appropriation in this bill to make sure that these systems are secure. I mean, we saw in Oregon, I think it was last year, there was a huge data breach on very sensitive information. So I'm not for this bill because I think this information is very private, very confidential, and I worry about data breaches. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Anyone else like to rise? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the same concerns about privacy with this bill. I don't think it's something where we want to go here, and plus it undermines, the way I read the bill is, it kind of undermines our state statutes to federal law as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ide. Any further discussion? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we're seeing things that go bump in the night here. This is an attempt to have people that are trying to help children work together in a better way to help those children. And the privacy requirements under federal law and other things have prevented them from sharing information. And it's a peer-to-peer thing. This is not a database. This is not credit card applications. These are people working together that have different privacy restrictions, and they have the same client. They might be an educator versus a DFS worker. And they're both trying to help a child. And so it's more peer-to-peer and contacting and like that. I don't think it's necessarily, we're not talking about a big database and data breaches like that. It's to help our field workers in the Department of Family Service, maybe people in the court system that have worked with juveniles, and maybe school district counselors work together to help a child, make sure child gets services, child doesn't fall through the cracks, that kind of thing. That's what I remember about this bill. And I served on judiciary before, and then I spent some time with the Advisory Committee on Juvenile Justice on this bill. And they see it as being very important to the work they undertake to help people work together for the benefit of a child. I don't think there's a big database. There's nothing like that that I'm aware of, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Case. Any further discussion? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 5, we see that the commission shall perform the following general functions, and it goes on to list what those functions are, and that they extend to the community colleges, faculty members, staff. And then it says on further down in C, extends to Community College Commission, the Wyoming Department of Education, the Department of Workforce Services, University of Wyoming, a statewide longitudinal education data system, which shall serve as a statewide exchange for management and analytical reporting in support of educational and workforce outcomes. So it does seem like as if there is a huge database, and I've always been weary of that longitudinal database. Mr. Chair, thank you. On and against the bill.
Thank you, Senator Hutchings. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address a few things, I'll actually start with the last, comment first. On page 5, the database language in the different political subdivisions of the state, that's existing language in the statute. So that already exists. So we're not changing any of that. We're just adding to the access the Department of Family Services. So hopefully that helps the good senator there. As far as privacy and sensitive data goes, I would say this, the data is already being kept by the state in various agencies. So that's not going to change with this bill. So the very personal data is already kept. We're talking about sharing, a lot of the data is de-identified, so it's not the information that's being shared back and forth, and this is very particular with like the juvenile justice reporting requirements. That data is just numbers of individuals being serviced in this program or that program. It doesn't contain any personal information that would be transferred. In the scenarios where personal information would be transferred, like with the community providers, for example, the rules that will be produced are going to have an opt-out provision. So if you do believe, or you do not want your data shared, you will have the opportunity to say, I do not want my data shared, and then your data won't be shared. And for those that do want to participate in that system, they simply won't opt out, and they're comfortable with their data being shared. So hopefully that helps a little bit with the privacy and sensitive data concerns, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Olson. Any further discussion, Senator Craigo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good senator from the western part of the state, I just wanted to confirm that we are not creating a new database. And so we're not going over here, standing up a whole new system. What we're doing is allowing our department that takes care of our kids, the most needy of the kids, to reach out to folks when those kids need services that the department can't provide. I mean, that's at the core of this bill. That's what we're trying to do, is get folks where they need to be so that we can get them the help that they need. And that's really what it's about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Craigo. Senator Pearson?
Thank you. So I just want to share some information on data breaches. 2023 MOVE-IT breach impact on state agencies affected multiple state departments of Health and Human Services, comprised sensitive family and child welfare data, over 3 million records exposed across agencies. Oregon Department of Human Services, 2019, 645,000 clients affected, exposed sensitive data, including case management information, child welfare records, personal health information. Required the state to pay for identity theft monitoring, led to multiple class action lawsuits, cost over $1.5 million in response efforts. Maine, DHHS, Child Welfare, 2022, exposed confidential child welfare records, affected over 11,000 children and families, resulted from incorrect data sharing between agencies, led to policy overhaul and expensive remediation. I can go on and on. There's been cases in Texas, in Florida. So once again, I'm not for this for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Any further discussion? Senator Hutchings, to you?
Thank you. Just to add on to the questions, how would a person know that their data is being requested in order to say, don't share it? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hutchings. All right, let's try and get one more question before we go back to the sponsor to wrap it up. No more questions. Excellent. Let's go back to the sponsor to wrap it up.
So to answer the question, Mr. Chairman, from the good senator from here in the capital city, that's going to be developed in rulemaking, but the way that I would envision it existing is that when there's a family who needs particular services, the department's already working with that family, and the department is going to go to that family and say, hey, we know that you're in need of services. We have a list of service providers. Are you okay with us reaching out to those service providers and providing your contact information so they can reach out to you? And then the family member would say yes, and then, name and phone number would be provided to that community provider who then could reach out. If they wanted to opt out, they would have that opportunity to say no. And I think, if that is really a big concern, I'm sure we could look at a future reading amendment to provide the opt-out provision in the bill. As your Judiciary Committee, we felt very comfortable with the department engaging in rulemaking and being able to cover that, so we didn't engage in an amendment process to the bill, but it's certainly available to you if that is a chief concern.
Thank you, Senator Olson. Ready for the question? Looks like the answer is yes. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 157, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate File 157 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 179. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 179, Sage Grouse Compensatory Mitigation Amendments, an act relating to sage grouse implementation and mitigation credits, sponsored by Senator Barlow, was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Jones, Nethercott, and Rothfuss. Excuse Senator Cooper. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
All right, you have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Hicks?
Chairman, I move when the Committee of the Whole rise and report that it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 179. For an explanation of the bill, I'd ask you to call on Senator Barlow.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to present Senate File 179. Ladies and gentlemen, this is I guess what you would call a clarification bill. I'll just take you directly into the bill, Mr. Chairman. Page 2, line 14. This is current statute, of course, if it's not underlined or highlighted. And you'll see on line 14, including operator offered measures. So what we're doing, Mr. Chairman, is, as we know, the state of Wyoming does not want the greater sage grouse listed as an endangered species. And for 20 years, we've been making concerted efforts to prevent that from happening. We have a sage grouse implementation team that operated ad hoc or based on an executive order for almost a decade and a half. Excuse me, that was codified in 2015, as was a credit mitigation system in 2015. Since then, the process continues. Succeeding governors from 2007 until now have maintained that executive order. And we have a credit provider in the center of the state. But what's happening, Mr. Chairman, there's been continuing proposals and challenges toward greater sage grouse from interested groups who may not be interested in our best interests, if you will, Mr. Chairman, Wyoming's, and saying we want this bird listed. So what we have to continue to upgrade, to continue to work toward managing the bird, protecting the bird, and particularly the habitat. So what this does, Mr. Chairman, if you'll look at that 14 again, operator offered measures. So this is particularly an oil and gas operator who may have the rights to develop in a certain area and not be able to avoid or minimize the disturbance that may impact a sage grouse area. It's generally a lect, which is the mating area for sage grouse. So what this does is clarify with the new language, the bottom of page 2 and bottom of page 3, that operator can actually offer mitigation in that same region. They don't have to buy a cash credit, and have it applied somewhere else, sometimes hundreds of miles away. They can actually do something next door in the same neighborhood that actually benefits the grouse and maintains our status maintains the management the state of Wyoming has taken of the grouse. So, Mr. Chairman, that's hopefully brief enough and fast enough. If there's questions, I'd be glad to stand for questions. It is no change in the statute. This is simply clarifying what can be done. There is one clarification or one new item, page 3, lines 8, 9, 10. Because this often has to do with oil and gas development, as you know, Split Estate, Mineral Leasing Act of 1920. We heard about the Stockton Homestead Act of 1916, Mineral Leasing Act of 1920. There is a possibility that eminent domain can be used. Well, I do not have any interest in eminent domain being used in this particular area, and so I was very explicit that it could not be used for this purpose. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions, and thank you to the body.
Thank you, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage you to pass this. I've served as Senate representative on the sage grouse implementation team for over a decade, and when we first developed this mitigation program, this is something that many people we tried to do is allow local operators to mitigate those impacts at the local level instead of having to go to one place in the state of Wyoming and buy credits. This is consistent with everything that we've tried to do with sage grouse, is minimize those impacts as locally as possible as you can. This bill gets to that. I would encourage an aye vote.
Any other discussion on this bill? All right, all those in favor of Senator Hicks's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 179 do pass, say aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 179 has passed the committee of the whole. The next file for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution 8. The reading clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 8, Political Expenditures, a joint resolution requesting Congress to propose a constitutional amendment to authorize states and Congress to establish reasonable limits on political contributions made to influence elections, sponsored by Senator Cooper. Was referred to Committee Number 1, which turned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Craigo, Crum, Hicks, Cole, Van Olson. Senator Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. What is your pleasure, Senator Craigo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 8 do pass. And I will turn the explanation over to the sponsor, Senator Cooper.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is entitled, this resolution, is entitled Political Expenditures, but what it really is, it's an election integrity item. So with that said, what it's asking to do is it's asking Congress to Congress back on the Potomac to bring forward an amendment to give sovereignty back to the states in controlling dark money and political expenditures in the United States. I'm going to kind of head off in the right direction here. There's a couple of key points I'd like to bring forward on this resolution. First of all, I'm going to read from the Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. All power is inherent to the people, and all free governments are founded in their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. It goes on through line 6, but that's where this resolution starts. The Wyoming Constitution, line 1, page 1, line 6. The second thing about this, why this is necessary, the Supreme Court decided several years ago in the case of Buckley versus Vallejo that states have limited ability to regulate dark money. That's pretty troubling for most of us. And as such, the money that comes into the United States and into our state from different states and from several adversaries of the United States, there is no control on it. There's no means for the states to even ask where this money's coming from. So what the amendment does, it does two things. It restores the state sovereignty. It allows states to determine how to regulate campaign contributions and spending, ensuring decisions reflect local values and priorities. The second thing it does is it defends against foreign influence. By permitting stricter controls, states and Congress can combat the alarming flow of foreign money and influence into our elections. In a recent poll survey, 87% of the people in the state of Wyoming feel that dark money is a real threat to the integrity of our elections. And 75% of the people surveyed said that they felt that this amendment would help control that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. It's getting late, but what we're down to is a question of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech right now, because of this dark money situation, the guy with the most money has the most freedom of speech. And the amendment would bring this back in line with the intent of the First Amendment and hopefully give us some kind of controls on our elections. Stand for questions.
President Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against, because I stand for free speech. And the Supreme Court of the United States ruled and upheld that the government cannot restrict political speech based on the speaker's corporate identity, meaning corporations, unions, and other organizations have the same right to express their political views as individuals. This is a slippery slope we're going down here, and I would urge some caution. Thank you. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. I'm against this bill. I think you ought to be able to donate to a corporation or whatever, just so your name is not known. I mean, if you're a business and you want to support whatever, you're going to have backlash. I mean, there's a reason why we have this. And the Supreme Court ruled correctly, I believe. I'm against this. It's a slippery slope.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question for the sponsor. As I read this, it does not contain a call for a convention on this subject. It's merely a resolution. And so it cannot be reasonably construed as being an Article 5 call for a constitution of the states on this. And the question is, am I construing this correctly, and that this cannot be misrepresented that way?
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I'll respond to that. Exactly. The good senator is correct. This is not an Article 5 convention for amending the Constitution by the several states. This is asking Congress to actually address this in its role at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and four, this is truly, yes, a joint resolution. It's also a bipartisan issue. Corporate money is protected, and our corporate money, as used as free speech, is enshrined by our Supreme Court. Yet today, and actually, just have to go over across the street and talk to my good buddy over at the Secretary of State's office, he's the one that holds the job, who talks about foreign corporations and the bad actors that he's trying to root out. Well, as we all know, those bad actors can set up, through LLCs in this very state, foreign LLCs, and then contribute massive amounts of money, most of which are done, Mr. Chairman, on the left side of the political spectrum. Some who are my constituents in my own county, who set up LLCs and set up through many, many backstops, so we never see who they are, and funnel millions and millions of dollars into elections across this country. At the local level, now they're moving. Before it was just at the higher levels in the federal government. Today, it's dropping down and down and down. And they want something, and they want something from us. This is not a right-wing, left-wing issue. This is a both sides of the aisle issue. We need to protect ourselves from this, and we need a mechanism to do it. We need to make a statement that we're against it in total across the board. So on and for this, on and for this.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't had a chance to read this entire bill, but I'm on and against it. Citizens United is clear that the Supreme Court has ruled that we're not. It's against the Constitution to restrict political spending of corporations and unions in violation of the First Amendment. But with that, right now, if we restrict this, or that's what we want to do as a body, then we're restricting a political party, which is the Republican Party, because the left, like it or not, has a political action committee of NBC, ABC, CBS.
Hey, Senator Smith, Senator Smith, please watch the personal.
Yeah, point well taken. My apologies. So there are lots of political action committees in different forms that are out there, and this would just cut off the right. It wouldn't. I don't think it would affect the left as adversely. I'm against it.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to realize what this is requesting. And the first paragraph makes that very clear. This is a request for Congress to consider a constitutional amendment that would allow states to make decisions so that we can govern states' rights. The idea of standing up and touting Citizens United as a disallowing factor is exactly why it's a call for a constitutional amendment. That's the appropriate remedy when you have a Supreme Court decision ruling that under the current constitutional language, it would be inappropriate to have these types of limitations. And the remedy for that then is to amend the Constitution and to make it clear, perhaps, that corporations are not the equivalent of people from speech rights. And we can disagree about that, but I just think it's important to realize that this is okay structurally because it does exactly what it needs to do to address the concerns that were raised about Citizens United. Now, is Citizens United the right choice philosophically? That's kind of what this comes down to. Do we want corporate personhood to be equivalent to individual natural personhood? Do we want, for example, out-of-state governments to be able to funnel dollars into a U.S. corporation to influence the U.S. election without having any possibility of tracking that? I don't. Some of us don't. We can easily tell when a natural person is eligible to make campaign contributions or to use their speech on behalf of their U.S. given right to exercise their political views, to exercise their speech as a U.S. citizen. We can tell that for natural people. The challenge and the trouble with Citizens United, which is a duly legal Supreme Court decision, the challenge is you can't track that money once it starts going through organizations. We don't know who is funding the messaging. We can assume, because we know that it does happen, that it's a group of U.S. citizens with a common interest that bring their collective wealth together and try to use that to create a message. And if that's all that ever happened, that would probably be fine. But what we're concerned about is that that isn't typically the case that we're seeing at this point in time. You know, we've had legislation that shows serious concern about our foreign adversaries, for example, influencing elections, influencing the things we do, trying to take control. Well, the one area that we actually have indisputably seen action taken is trying to influence elections in the United States. We know that happens. You can just point to it. And there's not even any denial on the other side. Of course that's happening. This just makes it so easy. It makes it so easy to say, all right, we're going to set up an LLC. We're going to funnel funds into it. We might even obfuscate it a little bit by moving it from LLC to LLC. And then we're going to have some final entity, which is a corporation, use those funds to influence an election. Everything there was legal. Now, technically, it's not legal if you were to trace all of the funds through, because you can't have a foreign government influencing an election. But good luck checking it out. There's no mechanism for that, no vehicle. And that's why there's so much interest in this type of constitutional amendment. We as a state should be able to figure that kind of thing out. We should be able to police that, and we should be able to actually give perhaps a preference to an individual's voice relative to a corporation if we choose to. It would be up to us, but we don't have that choice now, Mr. Chairman, and that's why this is an important resolution.
President Biden?
So my good friend, the rookie, made a rookie mistake, and he apologized for naming names, but he's exactly right. You're going to give media a free pass because there's no way anybody's going to, I don't even think the Supreme Court would allow us to crack down on media basically being a PAC for a specific party, which we all know which party that is. They get a free pass. This tilts the scale so far to the other side, to the left. It's unfathomable that we would even think about that, doing this in Wyoming. And to the point about we don't know who's donating what to who, well, maybe that's because we want to protect the identity of donors from being doxxed and harassed. Ever think about that? There's a reason why unlimited speech is a good thing in that regard. Because you start cracking down on specific people, donors you don't like, on an issue you don't like, and those names, addresses, phone numbers get published, guess what? That's chilling speech. and it's going the opposite direction of what you want to do. This amendment would destroy free speech and would chill free speech. It would help one party dominate over the other because the media is so biased against one party, and you can't restrict the media. First Amendment's pretty clear on that. But you're restricting everybody else, on and against.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, once again, and say, we like to talk a lot in this room about election integrity. Election integrity is a byword in this body. Yet all we're talking about here is giving ourselves control from what right now is a federal mandate rained down upon us from on high in the federal government. Federal government telling us from above what we can and what we can't do. And so we ask for control of our own destiny, to set our own rules, to set our own course. But now, tonight, that's something bad. I'm having a hard time understanding the difference. Once again, look at the language in this bill. Look at what this bill is calling for, Mr. Chairman. It's calling for us to take control of our own destiny. On and forward. Thank you.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a great discussion. This discussion right here in this room is exactly why we need this resolution. I don't know how far the resolution would go. I don't know if Congress would ever really even consider this. But think what it just did right here. It got every one of us thinking about election integrity. And the biggest problem we have with election integrity in Wyoming is dark money. We saw it in the last election. It was massive. Should it be exposed? I think it probably should. But the fact is, we got to talk about it. We got to understand what we can do. 22 states have brought forward a resolution similar to this. 11 more are considering it right now. Consider it. Think about it. I think if we can bring it forward and get it out in the public and really get the whole state talking about it, we can decide is it a problem for us or isn't it? And should we really move forward with this? I believe we should. Thank you, Mr.
Majority Floor Leader Nethercott.
Just a senator on the floor here, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The good senator who's the bringer of the resolution is right. The need for the conversation is important. Americans are blessed with the freedoms granted by our Constitution and as those interpreted by our courts, the judicial branch. But those freedoms, as we know, create a tension in rights, right? And this is one of those. So is it true that potentially large media corporations could influence elections? The answer is yes. Is it also true that our foreign adversaries, who we would restrict our university from having any directly or indirectly form of anything, could alter our young children's minds at the university in such a way that they could not be good Americans? And yet we would allow them to spend an unlimited sum of money in a political campaign, finding a candidate and endorsing them and pushing them forward. You're worried about little items on your cameras. You're worried about the drones up above. You're worried about the classes at the university to protect the Americans. And yet we allow the PRC and whoever foreign adversary you'd like to identify, or just a non-foreign adversary to identify, that may want to influence a tariff, that may want to influence a canal, that may want to influence rare earth minerals for production of chips, to participate unlimitedly in our free speech rights of our Constitution being used against us in our political system. The denial of this is not acceptable. Are the concerns of the president accurate? They are. Is our threat to our future of this country real as a result of our First Amendment rights? Yes. Our enemies constantly use our freedoms against us. And we are certainly seeing that in our political elections and campaigns. This requires continued debate. If we're going to do a Convention of States debate 3 times every session, which we've done and we do, this one deserves it as well. Are we going to solve it with this resolution? No. But it is warranted discussion for this debate, for this country, to ensure that our elections are fair, that they are free, that Americans are getting access to the right information, that any American has an opportunity to run for office and be elected. That's what this democracy is about, right? But when so much money comes in from sources we don't understand, that's a threat to our democracy. It is. And continuing to strive to deal with this issue is fundamentally important. So I appreciate the debate tonight. I'm usually not quite so diplomatic, but all parties are right. We have to continue to work at this. We must. So I appreciate the senator for bringing this topic to the floor. I encourage the continued debate.
All right, question, Senator Smith?
Sure. I have heard repeatedly tonight that our foreign enemies are entering our election system. I'm unaware of that. I'd love to see the information on that, the proof of that, any data to support that. I haven't, this is news to me. So with that, I'll yield back. I just am not aware that that's a problem in the United States.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree more, I guess, but think about this before you take this vote. I think you should move this vote along, that we should continue this conversation. But think about what was just said. At a time when we're talking about, and we'll probably vote, Mr. Chairman, on turning our election to a paper ballot, that we're also going to say, if you want to set up an LLC and put $400 or $500 million to decide whether a beef producer gets to run roughshod over this country, or a large, agricultural conglomerate gets to ride roughshod over this country, if they can do that, yeah, we'll have the election on a paper ballot. Let's continue this discussion. Vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Yes, question being called. All those in favor of Senator Crago's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 8 do pass, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Senate Joint Resolution 8 has passed the committee of the whole. Division being called. Let's stretch our legs. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Aye, 9 no. Senate Joint Resolution 8 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 175. Will the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 175, Unemployment Insurance Coverage, Period and Reporting, an act relating to labor and employment, sponsored by Senator Kolb. It was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to, first referred to Committee Number 10, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Crum, Hutchings, and Steinmetz. No, Senators Barlow and Scott. Senator Scott, acting chairman. It was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Driscoll, Guru, Larson, Salazar, and Smith. Senator Salazar, chairman.
For the reading of the Senate file, what is your pleasure? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole rises to report. It do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 175. And Mr. Chairman, there is a committee of the whole amendment. Could I have that read in, please? Or excuse me, a standing committee amendment. Could I have that read in, please?
Senate File 175, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 10, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just move that amendment and turn both the explanation of the bill and the amendment over to the bringer, as it's pretty easy to track in as he explains the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I'd like to dispose of the amendment first, to speak about it. Kind of has a connection to the bill in a positive way, I feel. What this does, it's, as the amendment states, it's the meat of the issues on page 3, lines 1 to 9. And it strikes entirely the statute referring to 27316C, Romanet 2. Now, what this is doing is taking it back to the original language of the 13 times multiplier from 6.5. There was an issue with the federal regulations as regards to this multiplier. And what this does, this section, is when there's a large event, which has only happened twice, and the last one was in 2020 with the COVID, that it allows for extended benefits under those circumstances. So that's what this section is really dealing with. And this amendment strikes it because of a compliance issue, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on the amendment? All right, all those in favor of Senator Barlow's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 175, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, that amendment has been adopted, and we are back on the bill. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this bill does, or has done in the past, I should say, this was a bill from 2 years ago, and it's the engrossed version, so it's the one that went through the process minus what we just struck out of there. So this bill's been in here before. The real purpose of the bill is it's dealing with an unemployment situation in the state of Wyoming that the average user of the unemployment system uses about 13 weeks of unemployment. This rolls it back from 26 weeks to 20 weeks, which is 5 months. There's also a name change in here to reemployment from unemployment, and there's a small appropriation for the software change to make that happen. The fund is, I would say, beyond healthy. They do workforce training. They do many things out of this fund, and this will have no effect on that. And I can go through the details if someone asks me to for the amount of money in the fund. And that's really about it from this view. I'll sit for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this whole area is a balancing of interests between the interests of the employers and the interests of the workforce. And what, from the testimony in committee, I was a no vote in committee. Testimony in committee, primary purpose of this bill is to reduce the cost for the employers. That will be a help, particularly to some of the smaller businesses. The organized labor came and testified against the bill, saying that it would hurt workers, particularly in some of our seasonal industries, where you do have sometimes very long layoffs, Mr. Chairman. I voted no simply because I thought that the system we've had with the 26 weeks has worked well and been a reasonable compromise. But that's a matter, Mr. Chairman, for everybody in the Senate to make up their own minds on, but I do point out that that's what's going on.
Other discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Question for the sponsors. So reducing the maximum length of unemployment benefits, what's an example? What's a reasonable amount of time? I'm just not really familiar with this area.
All right, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, the average is 13 weeks. That seems to be a reasonable amount of time. I think there was maybe some pushback on this because, certain industries are using this fund for other purposes, and this bill doesn't really go to that. This bill is merely talking about frankly, over $20 million a year of increase in this fund. That costs businesses. It costs businesses to fund this fund. And that was a 5-year running average I quoted. The fund is beyond healthy. There is no issues with the continued training, which is yet another issue, but this doesn't really address that. They're doing a lot of things with this money. As the joke goes, I'm here with the government and I'm here to help. So here we sit trying to address a problem with having a situation where we have a very, very low unemployment rate in the state of Wyoming. Arguably, really anyone that really is trying to, they can go out and get a job. I think we all know that. And the employers are paying an excessive amount of money, and this will in fact end a lowering of their costs for the unemployment fund, which I think probably we all have heard of instances where things aren't going quite right. This will kind of readdress that. So it's going to primarily, at the end of the day, benefit our employers in the state of Wyoming. And I don't know what's wrong with that. It's not at the cost of anyone. It's a government agency, frankly, that they believe they're doing good things, and I know they believe they're doing good things. But I can't believe the costs are associated with what they're doing are appropriate for the employers to pay. And this is just one mechanism to lower that cost in a small way. Considering the average amount of time is 13 weeks, not 20. So we're well within a safety bar here of a period for people that may take a little bit longer to get back to work. This issue, I guess I'd look forward to talking about this more in depth if my co-senators had more questions, or maybe they have more questions now. And I'd be happy to speak to that, but still on for the bill, and I think it's trying to solve a problem we have in the state in a minimalistic way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nethercock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for the senators to know that the department in charge of this assessment is aware that the fund is well-funded, and it is. Great comfort to everyone. And so starting in 2022 via the governor executive order and then through legislative action, it's a 0% rate on the employers, and it has been that way since 2002, so going into the third year. They've continued to do that. In 23, we added that fund as part of a pooled investment fund. So again, that is earning interest, and the idea behind that is to have no assessment on the employers in the state. So I just think really important to kind of understand some of the responsibility here that government has taken and the voluntary relief that they have provided to employers. Now, certainly, could a rating go up if you have a high number of employees who are being discharged and get to avail themselves of the fund? But I think that's really important, and I have a PowerPoint slide that was provided by the department that I'll email to the senators to look for additional information on how the fund, both the federal fund and the state fund, operates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to the discussion, the current fund values as of 23 is $526,956,000, some change. It started in 23 at 500 million, just to give some color to the conversation. And I am appreciative of the department looking at this and taking care of it and dealing with this overfunding. Thank you.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and just to further illustrate, the average state's unemployment insurance pool across the country is somewhere between 13 and 17 weeks. Wyoming's is sitting right now at 139 weeks for every employee across the state. We are very well funded. I think this discussion should continue. I frankly like the idea of talking about a programmatic solution more than, frankly, than what we've done in lowering rates to zero. We've also done rate holidays where we do, and it's just kind of a onesie twosie kind of solution to this. I appreciate the fact that we're talking about more of a programmatic solution. So I don't know if I agree with all of it, but I sure would like to have a discussion. So on and forth. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I did just want to note, I was curious what other states had, and there was a suggestion that ours is high. 26 weeks is far and away the most common number of weeks along the country. When you look at the states, more than half of them, probably 2/3 as I'm looking at it, have exactly 26 weeks. So that seems to be the national standard number, and that then probably is why we have it. There are a few other states, Montana to our north, it's actually 28 weeks, oddly enough, and Idaho over the west is 21, but everyone else west of the Mississippi seems to be 26 weeks, and then there are some East Coast states, a small handful, that had substantially less, as suggested. But I think from the standpoint of it, I got the impression from the original introduction that we were an outlier at 26 weeks, and we're providing something that other states weren't. And based on the research that I just did, that's not the case. Far and away, the vast majority are at 26 weeks as we currently are.
Back to Senator Kolb.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to add a little color to that comment. I wouldn't say that. What I would say is this, is that we offer workforce training that I don't believe the others do offer. And I think that does aid in getting people back to work also, which is part of this whole funding issue that we really haven't touched on. But we do offer more than just the unemployment. That is different in Wyoming. We offer a training program, retraining program. The Department of Workforce Services has certainly spent a lot of money on this and they can continue to spend the money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of Senator Barlow's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 175 do pass, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? Senate File 175 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 169. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 169, Strategic Investments in Projects Account Repeal, an act relating to public funds sponsored by Senator Hicks. It was referred to Committee Number 2, which is the committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Driscoll, Guru, Larson, Salazar, and Smith. Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Salazar?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 169 do pass. And with that, I will call on Senator Hicks.
That's great. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so you should have a handout on your desk. The best way to explain the bill is with the schematic that's in your data budget books. The other one I would also say, if you have it handy, grab your goldenrod, because this is going to be the best way to explain the bill. Members of the Senate that have been here for a while, this is something that you've seen before. I think this will be 2 out of the last 3 years. This body had repealed this account. This is kind of a third go-around for this rodeo. But I'm going to walk you through, and part of the rationale for this is, again, is to try to simplify our budget a little bit, add a little more transparency into this, and so you don't have to be here for 10 years to understand how all the money flows through the system and gets to a point. So what I would like to do, Mr. Chairman, is if you take up the schematic that says the 2025 estimated spending policy, and so I'm going to walk you through that. So the first part up there is severance taxes. That's the 1.5% constitutional of all mineral severance taxes that go into the corpus of the mineral trust fund. It goes into the corpus. What happens then is we being the legislature, that under statutory construct, the investment earnings on that, so in 2025 was just under $300 million. So think of that permanent mineral trust fund as a trust fund. It's a true trust fund. But the interest earnings off of that flow into the general fund. Let's call that the checking account. And so now you have your checking account. And so out of the checking account, if you got excess reserves in your checking account, those flow down to the next box, and then that box splits. Well, the next box down is called the LSRA. That's our rainy day savings account. But then we split that money and we run it into the SIPA account. And then from the SIPA account, that's guaranteed by the reserve account by 1.25%. And then we move that money over and we move part of it over. You can see we changed that a couple of years ago. Part of that, the SIPA account was initially set up in 2013 as a budget item. They came back in 2015. For those of us who were here, we codified that account. We dedicated that any excess revenues that would flow in there, mineral severance taxes, but it was on an ad hoc basis. In 2017, we said we're going to start flowing investment interest in there. The idea is if you read your data fiscal book, it was supposed to be a short-term savings account. That was what the intent was. In 2015, we changed it in 2017, we changed the flow of the money. In my time here and my 6 years on capital finance and appropriations, it just became another checking account. That's all it is, that's what it served for. We spend that money every year. It was ideally set up to do just capital construction, but we've spent SIPA on almost everything. When we spend the general fund and we have leftover expenditures, we take it out of the SIPA account. So what this does is if you just follow the schematic you have, it just gets rid of in the bottom down there, any excess funds that are not spent in the general fund will flow into your LSRA, that's your savings account. We get rid of the SIPA, get rid of the extra tips that go out of there. In the bill, you'll see there's two components there. Part of this money now runs to the school foundation program account, and part of it runs to the $10 million to the penitentiary construction account. That's still in the bill where we run that to the penitentiary construction account, but that's pretty much what the bill does, is that schematic. You can look at it and what you'll see on the goldenrod, if you pick that up and you go to a page through, that count just goes away. So the effect of this is all of these funds are going to go into the general fund, and we're going to appropriate out of the general fund. You're going to still have that $10 million that goes into that penitentiary account, but that's the effect of the bill. It repeals the SIPA account. It repeals the guarantee out of the reserve account. It'll just make things a lot simpler for you guys to come down here and figure out you got a trust fund, you got a reserve account, you got a checking account, you got a savings account. And you could appropriate out of any of those except for the trust fund. So that's all the bill does. I'd stand for any questions. If there's no questions, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any questions? Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I remember things in exactly the same way the good senator who presented did, but I do have a question about, you know, the current purpose of the SIPA, honestly, ends up being a vehicle for funding major maintenance. And I don't see anything, and maybe I'm missing it, in the current draft where we're still capturing the 0.45% that goes to major maintenance and directing that into the school foundation program where we don't, I believe, have a cap kind account anymore, with the purpose of funding major maintenance. And so I want to know, am I missing that? Is that still happening and I've just missed the pathway? Can you point me to that in the bill? That would be great, thanks.
Senator Hicks.
So let me see if I can make this really simple. But what my colleague's asking is the 45% of the 1.25% that's guaranteed out of the reserve account of the general fund that flows into the SIPA, is that still available? Some years that's been up to $86 million, but you'll remember on there, and it shows on there, and in 2024, we got rid of that school capital construction account, and everything went into the school foundation. We did the same thing. We tried to simplify these things, all amalgamated that into one account in the school foundation program. To your point, and I want to be absolutely clear here, that flow still runs into the school foundation program account. Under this repealer, it does not. And let me tell you why. Because we don't need to run this through the SIPA account to get it to the school foundation program account. We don't need to launder the money to 2 or 3 different accounts to do that. So if you'll pick up your goldenrod, if we want to do that the way you do, keep in mind the general fund backs up everything. If we have a shortfall, it comes out of the general fund or it comes out of the LSRA. That's what happens. So to address the issue of where we're at, so go over to your school foundation program. I think that's go to the front page on page 1. And if you go to page 1 and you go to school foundation program, the SFP, and you go down to line 47 there, and it says total balance available. So you can look out as far as you want to, and that's going to say $100 million. So that's coming out of the LSRA. So if we wanted to, we could do that with the major maintenance that currently flows through the general fund into the SIPA and then into the school foundation program. I'm just telling you, it'd be a lot more simple to answer my colleague's question. Instead of launder the money through 2 different accounts, just do a direct appropriations in there. And so that money won't flow. It's in the general fund. And if we want to direct it that way, we can. This bill does not do that.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think probably the bill should do that. This is a significant problem that we're going to have and have had, right? We don't have enough funding for capital construction, and that includes major maintenance. It was a lot of work just to carve out a small amount of money that was being directed to, at that time, the school capital construction account, where the first funds out of the school capital construction account would be going to major maintenance. I don't think I resisted the deletion of that account, but now in hindsight, I'm regretting it because here we are seeing the implications of it, where eventually we're just going to have 2 buckets. One of them is going to be called School Foundation Program, the other one's going to be called General Fund, and then there's just a big menagerie of funds swirling in it. Nobody knows what anything's being used for. I don't know that that level of simplification, Mr. Chairman, is actually a benefit. We have to understand what our needs are, and we have to understand what our resources are. Right now, with major maintenance, we already struggle to have enough money each year for it and to allocate appropriate revenues. The only dedicated revenues we have are those, and then I think there's like 6 million of other funds that we had dedicated to major maintenance on a dedicated stream, but I can't for the life of me remember where those came from, Mr. Chairman. Might be something to do with mineral resource. That's right. Yep. Mineral resource grants. That's right. No, not mineral resource grants, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The pour over. Sorry, it's late, right? But nonetheless, we have about half of what we need for major maintenance, even under the current system, and this would be cutting off most of that half to the point where we then have to go back and figure out, all right, well, we take it from the general fund, and then it's not a standard revenue stream. Simplification is not always good for the sake of simplification. We actually need to pay the bills, and we need to know what funds we have available for expenditure and what funds are actually already dedicated and allocated. So I'm concerned this bill is just fine if we direct it into the school foundation program account, because then it's functionally equivalent. But if we don't do that through this bill, then we just end up starting off short with our major maintenance next year, and we have to fund major maintenance. So maybe that could be an amendment. I don't know if the good senator's amenable to that.
Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's a policy question. Do you want to do a quote auto appropriation and just send the money there, which we could do, and that could be amended into the bill and says, we're just going to capture, and just like we do now, so that $100 million that flows in there, that comes out of the LSRA. Every biennium, that $100 million just shows up in the school foundation program account. That's called an auto appropriation. Certainly acceptable to do that. I'm just saying, the general fund always backs up the school foundation program account. We have these constitutional mandates that we have to fund the schools. So you can fund it out of the general fund, or we can launder general fund money down through the SIPA into the school foundation program, or do it that way, or you can just do a direct appropriation. It's much simpler, much cleaner, and much more transparent just to appropriate that money out of the general fund. That's all we're trying to do here. My colleague is absolutely right. We're going to have a deficit in the school foundation program, and we're going to pay for that. And you're going to pay for it either out of the general fund or the LSRA. Those two counts still are there. They're not going away. This just says, if we're going to send the money there, just pick it out of either your checking account or your savings account instead of one of the many buckets, and take the same money. It's the same money, whether you take it out of the general fund and direct it straight there, or you take SIPA money and you run it over there as 45% of the 1.25% of the guarantee of the 3.75% in the general fund. Let's just simplify this thing. And there's other options. So you go up there and you look at the 1% optional severance tax. We could direct that to the school foundation program. Right now it goes into the corpus. So there's a number of things we can do. I'm just telling you, we don't need to launder money to get it to the school foundation program through other accounts. All this does is clean this up. On and for the bill.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, back on the bill and on and for the bill. Mr. Chairman, our accounting system for our funds, especially our reserves and our spending accounts, has been a complicated shell game. And what this bill does is eliminate one of the shells that has helped hide money. It makes it a lot more explicit where we are and how much trouble we're in or not in. And I think the bill is valuable in that respect. It'll give us a much better understanding of where we are.
Senator Nethercott?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to provide some comments on and for the bill. We do need to streamline this, and the senators who brought the bill is correct in that it all is coming from the same pot of money. However, I want to defend some of our pots of money. I don't think that they were, and I know this is up for debate, but I don't think that they were done to obfuscate. I don't think that they're shells. I think that they were intended for a purpose and then they got used for another purpose. And that happens naturally. It really does. You will see this body create another account for another purpose for what it thinks it needs. The problem is we don't go back and then delete the other accounts, such as SIPA. SIPA was created for a specific purpose. As you can see, the other piece there in the handout, one is for the penitentiary construction, right? And then somehow it became a savings account for school foundation, right? So it just got repurposed instead of a new account being created, SIPA being eliminated, and it being handled properly, to the point it's created a significant amount of confusion and entanglement. And I think it's natural for that to have occurred. It's also natural for us to start untangling it. And it's just kind of the natural arc of how I think state budgets go, but it is time that we streamline it. But I think it's ill-advised to put nefarious intent on it, because I just don't think that that's fair in light of all the years we've had SIPA and all of the folks who have worked through these budgets. I'm sure in some ways it was, but overall, I don't think it was nefarious or intending to hide anything. As you can see how easy it is to track with a chart, but it is getting to be too much. So on and for the bill.
All right, all those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that, do so with recommendation that Senate File 169 do pass, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 169 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 185. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 185, Governmental Property Taxation and Sale, an act relating to the taxation of governmental property, sponsored by Senator Case. It was referred to committee number 3, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Case, McEwen, and Pappas. No, Senators French and I, Senator McEwen, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator McEwen?
When the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 185 do pass. And I will turn it over to Senator Case.
And before we do that, there is a standing committee amendment, if we could have that read in.
Senate File 185, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, page 5, line 11, after.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the standing committee amendment. And ladies and gentlemen, this bill was actually worked on in the joint interim revenue a few years ago, and it was introduced in a budget session, and it didn't get the votes to be introduced in that budget session. It is much more relevant now because it comes on the heels of the recent court case deriving from Uena County, where the state of Wyoming had some institutional land that was leased to a commercial enterprise, and the county assessor asserted that that enterprise should pay taxes. They appealed to the County Board of Equalization. The County Board of Equalization said, no, it should be taxed. It should not be taxed. They took it to the State Board of Equalization, which reversed the County Board of Equalization, and it was upheld in district court and upheld in the Wyoming Supreme Court. This deals with the issue of government property from our Constitution, Mr. Chairman, where we've talked about it before. It's Section 12. It says the property of the United States, the state, counties, cities, towns, school districts, and municipal corporations when used primarily for a governmental purpose. So what this bill does is try to say, all right, looks like government purpose is the hang-up. Let's define the governmental purposes. That's what this bill does. And so it tries to list the things that are governmental purposes or not. This can, this is kind of the beginning. I suspect this body will have some other ideas about what are governmental purposes and what aren't. But for purposes of meeting the test of the Constitution, this tries to put a framework on that. And we okay? So, and Mr. Chairman, so what the bill starts out is in the definitions. We're amending definitions. And the first definition talks about things that are not government. So it'll talk about 4 things under this definition of governmental purposes. It's important language. As used in this act, unless otherwise specifically provided, Romanet 8, governmental purpose means that a majority of the property is used for health, safety, and welfare, education, transportation, infrastructure, or administrative purposes of a governmental entity. Here's a kicker here, Mr. Chairman. Governmental purpose shall not include property owned by a governmental entity acting in its proprietary capacity by conducting activities that are frequently carried out or carried on through private enterprise, and shall not include any of the following. There's going to be a list of 4 things. Shall not include property used for recreation, including cabin rentals, campgrounds, bowling alleys, movie theaters, shooting ranges, and sports complexes. Not governmental purposes, Mr. Chairman. Property that is leased or possessed by a non-governmental entity, including airplane hangars, leased for private use, property leased for commercial operations, housing for employees, regardless of whether a fee is charged, land leased for agriculture or other use, land under privately owned structures, medical clinics operated by a private entity, and school buildings that are no longer used for governmental purposes. Not governmental purposes, Mr. Chairman. Idle government property, including vacant land and vacant structures, unless the entity is required to hold the property by law. Not a governmental purpose. The last one is governmental property that is held for sale or lease, including business parks and other economic development properties. Those are things that are specified in the bill as not being governmental purposes, Mr. Chairman. Now we'll talk about the things that are. Romanet 9, I guess that's 19, administrative use includes property used for the administration of the government, including without limitation, the state capitol, courthouse, city hall, buildings and governmental office buildings. Continuing education includes property used for public schools, colleges, and universities, including without limitation, school buildings, administrative buildings, bus barns, arts facilities, and libraries. Health, safety, and welfare includes without limitation. And these are all governmental purposes, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder. Property used for one or more of the following purposes. A is health, including state, city, or county health departments. B is military and military-based facilities. C, civil or criminal justice, law enforcement, fire protection, hospitals, animal control, sewer or water system, garbage collection or disposal, community event centers, including civic centers and recreation centers, all governmental purposes so far, Mr. Chairman, if you're with me. Fair buildings and fair grounds, correctional facilities, veterans care facilities. Now we're going to go to infrastructure, which is a governmental purpose. Infrastructure including, without limitation, property used for parks, public grounds, alleys, sidewalks, cemeteries, golf courses, and auditoriums and parking lots. One of the things that the Standing Committee Amendment does right in this section here is try to think about our system of state parks and historic sites and add them as being infrastructure that is a governmental purpose. So the Standing Committee in this part here, after the word property used for parks, says parkland, state parks and historic, it serves parklands and historic sites to capture the universe of state parks. All right, transportation facilities is Romanet 23, and transportation includes without limitation, roads, streets, highways, interstates, aviation facilities, public buses, rights-of-way that are dedicated to the public, and construction, maintenance, operation, repair facilities. The next one is just a definition of this act, which includes the new sections. 3911-105 is conforming language, Mr. Chairman, because a lot of the language that you see in the front of this bill actually came out of the exemption section, and it's recodified to really state the purpose. So all of this on page 6 is just going into the exemptions, and where these lists that I just read came from, actually, Mr. Chairman. So the following property is exempt: property owned by the United States, the majority of which is used primarily for a governmental purpose; property owned by the state of Wyoming, owned primarily for a governmental purpose; property of school districts owned and used primarily for governmental purpose; property of Wyoming cities and towns and used primarily for governmental purpose. All those are simple sentences now because the lists that accompanied them in the law are put in the list defining what a governmental purpose is. Section 3 is controversial, Mr. Chairman. What do we do with land that property that the government owns that they haven't used, that is not a government purpose, they're not required by law to hold, but they still hold it? This, as the existing language of the bill says, that it would be, they can hold it for 10 years and they should make it available for sale, or doesn't require the sale, they could make a finding showing good cause for the delay in using the property for governmental purposes. The Standing Committee Amendment has a place on where it goes into line 10 on that page and changes 10 years to 20 years. 10 years to 20 years. Lines 15, this section shall not apply to property that a public entity is authorized or required to acquire or hold by law, including our state lands, school lands, or other lands managed by the Board of Land Commissioners pursuant to Title 36 of the Wyoming statutes. And C is a definition of public entity. It means the state of Wyoming and its agencies, municipalities, counties, school districts, political subdivisions, and special districts. Finally, Section 4 is the effective date. What the Standing Committee Amendment goes into here, this effective date says it's effective January 1st, 2026. The Standing Committee Amendment makes this effective January 1st, 2027. So here's a bill that would start the conversation. What is a governmental purpose? It provides some meat to the bones that affects the Uinta County case. It also, Mr. Chairman, fills out our Constitution. And it also deals, Mr. Chairman, very directly with the issue of when government competes with the private sector and whether they should do that. I've heard us complain about that on this floor, and this says that if it's not a governmental purpose, then it should be taxable. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions. There is a standing committee amendment. If you'd like to deal with that at this time, let's go ahead and do that. So I call for the question if there are no questions on the standing committee amendment. But you can see the standing committee amendment is expansive to add state parks, extend the sale period to 20 years, and to extend the enactment date by a full year.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? All right, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 185 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. There is, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, if this is the appropriate time to ask a question about the bill.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, as I read the bill, and at this hour, frankly, I do not trust my ability to read the bill. But as I read the bill, it will result in taxes being owed on state trust lands that are leased for agricultural purposes, the school sections, that sort of thing. And our ranching operation leases quite a number of that state land, probably roughly in the same proportions as it is available generally in the state. And Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to figure out whether I've got a conflict of interest or not here. Because it seems to me with the trust obligation where the income to the state from those state lands should go to the beneficiary, whether it be the university or the K-12 school system or one of our other institutions, that if there's a tax charge on top of it, they'll have to not take that out of the lease fee, they'll have to pass it back to the lessee, and I think there's an interplay there that's going to be a problem. But it does seem to me, Mr. Chairman, if that analysis is correct, I ought to declare a conflict of interest on this bill. So I am interested in the discussion of how that's going to work on those state lease lands.
Senator Boner, and then we'll go to Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, we had a little bit of discussion previously also about how this works with, say, energy development on these state trust lands. Even one theory being that with the recent Supreme Court decision that somehow those industrial activities would be charged to somebody other than the industrial user. Just wondering how this bill may affect that potential outcome and just industrial uses in general.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to advise the senator as to if he has a conflict or not. I will say that this is going to start the conversation, but it's actually going to continue the conversation because the conversation was brought by the court, the Wyoming Supreme Court. And there's been a series of cases. The Uinta County case is the most recent. Conclusion of the Uinta County case, the state asserted that, hey, this is a government purpose because the truck stop that we're leasing to, those lease payments go to benefit the state hospital. So that's a government purpose, clear as can be. The court said no. The court said it's not the use to which it is the funds go to, it's the activity and whether they could be reasonably expected to be provided by the private sector. So that's right directly the point. And the court also said the legislature has never tried to exempt this stuff. There was another case involving the community college in the county where I live. They had a foundation that owned property. Property was leased for private purposes, including a medical facility, manufacturing. Are you waving at me or are you just moving your fingers? Just moving your fingers. It's very strange. But our good senator. But that case also was decided by the court, and they ruled that even though this business park that was owned by a foundation that benefited a community college, even though that had those funds went to support the college and the foundation. That was not a governmental purpose. So they threw it back at us to try to sort this out. This is the beginning to this, and I imagine we'll have a 3-day discussion and come in with some ideas. And we're probably going to have a couple of years of working on this on ins and outs. You can look ahead at the amendments that are being proposed, and you see that there's some people that want to stake some ground right now. I think that's a fair discussion to have. I think we should move this bill forward. It's going to comply with what the court was looking for, better than just saying something like, well, all land by the government is exempt, or all state trust land is exempt, because there's other lands and other leases that benefit government purpose too. Airports, for example, they lease hangars to people. I pay taxes on my hangar in Fremont County. Some of you may not pay taxes in your county. This would say that's taxable, and we'll have to work all that and make decisions about this. But this is the bill to do it because it puts a framework. So I hope you move the bill forward. There are some committee of the whole amendments. We can have some discussion here. I hope we don't go hog wild on him, Mr. Chairman, because we need to think about this a little bit and realize that taxation is not the power to destroy, in the sense that it will destroy the activity. Our taxes in Wyoming are moderate, and if an activity could be provided by the private sector, shouldn't it pay taxes, Mr. Chairman?
All right, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, a question, the way I read on page 7, and it gets down to where the amendment was on section 3, and it says, when you go to line 10, for a period of 10 years, which has been amended to 20 or more, shall make the property available for sale, or shall make a finding showing good cause for the delay in using the property for a governmental purpose. And so just for the way I read that is after 10 years, if you can't define that was for a governmental purpose, it must be to sold. And so we're talking about, I think there's over 1 million acres of school trust land that would, under this provision, that would have to be sold. Am I reading that wrong? So in 10 years, if we define that leasing, whether it's a grazing lease or whether it's a lease for an oil and gas facility or whatever, find that that's not a government purpose, the way I read that, it would make those lands have to be sold, or we got to find some reason to delay it. Am I misreading that?
Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you're not misreading that paragraph, but you should also jump down and read the very next paragraph. And it says, this section, meaning section 3, shall not apply to property that a public entity is authorized or required to acquire or hold by law, including state lands, school lands, or other lands managed by the Board of Land Commissioners pursuant to Title 36 of the Wyoming statute. So that covers that, but it also would recover other situations that a governmental entity is required to hold the property. And so that's not a limiting, it's not limited to the trust fund. So we got now 20 years to figure this out, but it also specifically says not the lands that we're required to hold, like school trust lands.
Senator McEwen, would you like to move your committee of the whole amendment?
I move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate.
Oh, I'm sorry, read it in.
Senate File 185, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 7, line 6, delete.
Senator McEwen.
I move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 185. If I could direct your attention to page 7, line 6. The not later than date has been changed from 2027 to 2028, and that's all this amendment does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion on this amendment? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could vote this up or down. I think there is one thing to think about, is whether we want to make modifications to this statute before then, which is probably likely, and the fact that this is 2025, and we would be back here in a budget session in 2026, but that would require 2/3 vote on any bill. So maybe it makes sense to change this date so that when we'll have a general session before it actually goes into effect. So
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion to adopt Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 185 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Senator Jones?
The amendment read in.
Senate File 185, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2, page 2, line 20, delete.
I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 185.
Committee of the Whole Amendment.
Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 185. And, yes, I'm going to explain the amendment? Yes, okay. Page 2, line 20, we just deleted the airplane hangars leased. Page 2, line 21, deleted for private use. Page 5, line 16, after interstates, we inserted airports and. Page 5, we just added in that facilities could be used for any purpose, and the next one was just a technical correction, and any property owned, held, or leased by the airport or aviation facility owned by a public entity. These were amendments that were suggested by the airports to try to make the language a little more favorable for our local airports.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, I would rise and oppose this amendment. This is wide open. So it means an airport could have an industrial park. And here's one. The city of Casper has an airport that has a lot of land because it was once a military base. And there are lots of things on that airport. There's a pipe laydown yard used by oil and gas companies. And down the road, there's a private laydown yard that pays taxes. But the one on the airport, should it pay taxes or not? There's a lot of surplus land around the airport that we're talking about in Natrona County that may be true of other airports. But airports do tend to have land, and they could do all sorts of activities that would now be, there would be no tax consequences, even though those activities competed with private entities. And I told you already, I with a group of guys, we have an airplane and a hangar. We pay taxes on that hangar in land. I don't know, other airports, the assessor doesn't exert the taxes on that hangar, but it's a modest amount of taxes, but we do pay it. And I could argue that maybe that's not really competitive because I can't park my airplane anyplace but on the airport. But on the other hand, that's not a government purpose either. So it's fair. So, this would exempt everything about an airport. And I don't think that's right. I think you need to do what the assessors have been trying to do, go down the next step and decide what that purpose is, and is it a government purpose or not? Clearly, a lot of an airport is a government purpose. I'm not arguing that. And the terminals and passengers, things like that. But aviation, a lot of it is a private entity. And maybe that should be taxed. Thank you.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment. I don't think it's startling to anyone to know that airports in Wyoming are economic generators. It's also true that air service in airports is, in small states and rural areas, is struggling. I understand the author of the bill's concerns about this, but I would say at this point, on and for the amendment, that we need to kind of give airports a little bit of latitude in this to help them grow and help them be the economic engines that they are in each of our communities. And once they are, then we can go back and tax the heck out of them later. But for now, I think that right now this amendment is a reasonable amendment to help our local airports. On and for. Thank you.
Oh, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. I appreciate the amendment, but I don't think it's refined enough. So I do appreciate the concerns, and I do recognize that our airports do need to have a little bit more latitude, particularly maybe on those offerings that occur within the airport that are necessary for that airport to function, such as food and restaurant, food and beverage services, right? I mean, that could be a necessity associated with the airport. But to deal with the issue that the senator brought up of the Casper Airport, right, where you have so much land that you're actually using it for an industrial purpose completely unrelated to an airport, of which you are creating you are interfering with the free market, right, and creating an uncompetitive business environment where the person across the street has to pay full taxes, but because you lucked out and got the lease with the airport, you pay no tax. That's not right, right? That's not how government should operate. Otherwise, we need to put that out for bid, and we get to rotate that industrial yard for who gets access to it every year, right, to make sure it's fair for all of the potential consumers of that space. So I appreciate the idea, but I think we need to come back for a second reading with a more direct amendment associated with protecting the actual business of the airport.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, on and against the amendment. For the same purposes, reasons that my colleague from Laramie County mentioned, certainly our local airport here has 5 buildings that has private enterprise in it. And they are being taxed right now. If they were not being taxed, then they would have an advantage over the private sector. And that is that's not a fair competitive market. When I know I designed one of the buildings, the building on Airport Parkway is an office building, and there's doctors and dentists and I don't know who all is in there anymore, but that building is taxed, and it's bringing income into the community. If it wasn't taxed, they could probably lease that space for a lower amount, yet then they'd be directly competing with me because I have an office building as well. And I lease it out to people. I don't want that airport to have that advantage when they're serving the same clientele, private business. I just don't think that's fair. So on and against it.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think the airport that kind of talking about here has a unique situation in that it's on a hill, right? There's nothing else you can build next to it. So maybe there could be an amendment on the next reading that would have some sort of limitation to the distance between a structure that's from an airport, something that would basically say in a certain situation with an airport, there may be actually no other buildable area in that locality just because of where it's built. So there may be a carve out that maybe we could talk about for a certain distance away from other facilities. So still thinking about neither on or for the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion on this amendment. All those in favor of Senator Jones's motion to adopt Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 185 signify by saying aye. Any opposed, no? That amendment has failed. We are back on the bill. We have another Committee of the Whole Amendment. Senator Pappas.
Senate File 185, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3, page 2, line 8, after.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate File, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3 to Senate File 185 and ask for your favored consideration. This language is just some additional language that was provided by our Department of Transportation And I'm sure the issues they have are also with Game and Fish and some other departments. So basically, all we're doing here is, if you look at page 2, line 8, we're inserting after the word entity, including housing for employees to carry out the government purposes. So many of our departments provide housing and for their employees. And so that truly is a government purpose. So I think that we want to be able to exclude that. On line 7, page 2, line 23, you can see delete, line 22 and 23, delete. Basically, we're taking, it's the same issue there, we're taking that out. And then on page 5, line 17, after rights of way, we're adding and lands. That's under the definition of transportation, because there are others other than highways, bridges, rights of ways. The department has other lands that are used for their governmental purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion, Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to divide it eventually, but I'm so sorry, but, well, in general, housing is a big deal. We might as well just divide it. And if we could divide it between lines 7 and 8, the first one, first division, is with respect to the housing. The second division would be lines 8, 9, and 10, and it would be the rights of way and the insertion of other lands. So speaking to the first division, I'd let the sponsor speak again if he wanted to, but the issue is housing. Okay. There are a lot of government entities that provide types of housing in Wyoming.
I'm sorry, hold on, Senator Case.
Okay.
Just want to double check the division.
Yes, sir.
So Division 1 is lines 1 through 7?
Correct.
And Division number 2 is lines 8 through 10?
Correct.
And I will rule that divisible.
Thank you.
And we're back on Division number 1. Thank you, Senator Case.
Thank you. Sorry I got ahead of you, sir. The issue of housing. So we have hospitals. There's a hospital in a pretty famous county, we talk about it a lot in here, that owns housing for its employees within the community. Asserts that those houses that it owns, that its employees live in, doctors and lawyers, I guess they don't have lawyers, doctors and nurses and other people live in those homes, but the hospital is a nonprofit government-owned hospital and it does not pay taxes, or it asserts that it shouldn't have to pay taxes on those homes. Well, there are other people in that same community that are in the business of leasing housing and providing housing. And so that gets to the crux of it. It's, once again, now if we tax that housing, it doesn't mean that that hospital couldn't provide the housing, just that means that it's going to have to pay taxes on it, because it's not a function of the hospital's government purpose, which is to be a hospital. So against the first division.
Any other, yes, Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, the purpose of this is for housing of the government employee. It is not for competitive housing. We're talking about employee housing, and that is a government purpose. Our agencies do house people because in many locations in the state, housing is so expensive that they can't afford housing on the free market. So in order to hold the employee, they're providing housing. So that employee is working for the agency, and the agency is a governmental purpose. So I agree if it's a housing complex that is that they're leasing, or yes, but I'm talking about housing that the agency owns and is providing for their own employees.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a second reading amendment would be good on this issue to further clarify the difference and distinguishing factors as brought forth by the bringer of the bill, who has housing in different locations throughout the state for those employees to stay in due to the remote locations, due to the, Highway Patrol has some folks in Elk Mountain and a great modular, I don't think anybody really wants to live there, and it's not a market condition that's causing the inability. It's the need to place an employee in a housing facility due to, as the amendment states, to carry out their government purpose, right? So they need to be stationed in Elk Mountain. We need to put a modular in Elk Mountain. The issue concerning the hospital in the county of Teton, right, is certainly different. Now, their needs are legitimate, right? Being able to pay a nurse's salary and providing housing for that particular professional occupation is a legitimate concern of theirs, but it's a very different, it's a benefit that has to be provided different and apart. So I think that a second reading amendment differentiating those distinctions may be in order.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and on the specifics of the housing here in the remote areas, let me give you an example. One of our pastures, the the Transportation Department purchased land, put in housing or the infrastructure for housing in an area where if it hadn't been the Transportation Department with eminent domain powers, they probably could not have acquired the land. It's on the verge of Shirley Basin. It's a long way from any other housing. They need to have some people out there taking care of those highways and plowing them and maintaining them. But it's a place where nobody in their right mind would build private housing because it is strictly dependent on the highway department for employment, and it's too far away from town. That I don't see how you can call that housing anything other than for a strict governmental purpose, just as much as a building to house the snowplow that those people are driving. So, Mr. Chairman, this one is going to be a difficult one to sort out.
Senator Hicks.
How many of you have been through Sweetwater Station lately? We're down I-80 at Patrick Draw, and there's this kind of a man camp out there about Gooseberry Creek for you folks up in the basin, and you drive by those big rest areas, and then they got one of those really highly desirable top-end, not really modular homes that those people live in. So I do think those should be exempted. They have to live out there for that purpose, but once we go down that road. So I've got another governmental agency that starts with a G that stands for Guts and Feathers. And they have to house game wardens all over the state. It's part of their duty station, and they live in a house and they do business out of those houses. So when we start this thing, we're gonna have a bunch of these state agencies out there that are in the same exact boat. And we've got a game warden's house right out of Baggs, Wyoming, but that is his duty station, or hers as the case may be. So there's a lot of these exceptions we're gonna start running into. They're there for a governmental purpose. And so, I don't think anybody's gonna go start a trailer house park at Sweetwater Station, so.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a situation, I'll just give another one, which is what happens when you start naming things. You always find something you didn't name. Question is we got a situation with a county memorial hospital that has housing, that houses people free of charge. Is that exempt? Is that house they purchased for that purpose exempt? In that scenario, I just wanted to throw that out there as another one that I want to make sure we cover if we're going to start naming things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I just think the housing requires more thought. And let's keep working on it. So I'd say vote no on this, and let's try it again.
All right, all those in favor of Division 1 to Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to Senate File 185 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. That amendment has failed. We are on division number 2, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, the Division 2 is kind of under rights of way, and we're talking about the Department of Transportation here. And it's just, it's adding the words rights of way and then and lands. That seems really vague to me. I understand what an administration building is. I understand what a maintenance yard is. I understand what facilities are along the highway where they have park their trucks and keep the sand. But I don't understand if it's completely open-ended to be and lands. And it seems to imply any kind of land. And so I guess I would think we got to think about that one too, Mr. Chairman, and ask you to vote no.
Any discussion? Senator Pappas?
Again, if you continue reading the sentence, and lands for governmental purposes, so there's a reason why they're using that land. Just because it doesn't have a structure on it, there may be a reason that they're using the land. So, but it has to be for a governmental purpose, or else it doesn't fit the bill.
Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, when I read that, so think of all these gravel pits and things that YDOT has scattered around the state, and where they stockpile gravel for sand for the interstate and stuff. I think that's what they're trying to capture, is those lands are being used for governmental purposes, for those type of things. And so when I read that, that's what I see out there.
All right, all those in favor of Division 2 to commit, oh, I'm sorry, Senator Case, go ahead.
So this comes in page 5, line 17, and this is stuff that is said to be for a governmental purpose. That's what this list is. And transportation includes without limitation roads, streets, highways, interstates, aviation facilities, public buses, rights of way that are dedicated to the public, and construction, maintenance, operation, and repair facilities. So the new language would say rights of way and lands that are dedicated to the public. So it doesn't say governmental purpose, it says dedicated to the public. So to me, that doesn't quite capture it. The Department of Transportation can say that anything it owns, any type of land held for future use, land for future building is dedicated to the public. And I just think we need to be more careful about these, so I'd ask you to resist this.
All right, all those in favor of Division 2 to Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to Senate File 185 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That Division number 2 has failed. We are back on the bill. All those in favor of, oh, yes, I'm sorry, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I have been thinking about the conflict of interest provision. I do think the provision at the bottom of page 2 with regard to agricultural lands is such that it would force an increase in the payments that we would make for use of that land, given the interplay with the trust obligation. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I feel I have a personal and private interest in this matter and would declare a conflict of interest on the bill and on any amendments on this section. Would feel free to vote on other amendments.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chairman. We passed Senate File 81 out here where we exempted ag lands that are used for grazing until December 31st, 2026. I just want to understand how these two bills play with each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, that'll have to get sorted out in this process. LSO is very good at looking at things and pointing out to us where we need to make accommodations and adjustments, that we have bills moving to different houses, and we have conference committees on those bills, so there is opportunity to remedy this. What I'm trying to assert is that this bill that you have in front of you, because it asks all those questions that we need to answer and gives us a lot of time, is a better vehicle. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks? Nope. Okay. Any other discussion? Sensing you're ready to go home. All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 185 do pass, signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no? No. All right. All those in favor, please stand. All right, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. All right, 8 aye, 17 no. Senate File 185 has failed the committee of the whole. Pursuant to Senate Rule 6 That's what I'm doing. Pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Senate File 185, Committee of the Whole roll call. Anderson excused. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Aye. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Craigo? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll excused. French?
Oh, excused.
Excused. Brew? Aye. Aye. Hicks? No. No. Hutchings? Aye. Ayed? No. No. Jones? No. No. Cole? No. No. Landon?
Excused.
Excused. Larson? No. No. McEwen? No. No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson?
No.
No. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. No. Schuler? No. Scott? Conflict? Smith? No. No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 185, 6 ayes, 20 noes, 4 excused, 1 conflict.
All right, Senate File 185, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5A, is deemed indefinitely postponed. Madam Majority Floor Leader. Oh, yeah.
Senator Grew is here. Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. That motion has carried.
Senators, you should note, wait, you can blame the kind leadership who ordered you pizza. And so then I'm like, well, we have dinner, we have to go back and keep working. Good news is Monday will be a little easier.
Well, you can blame the leadership guy who decided to order pizza because when we did an hour and a half on amendment number 7, it wasn't looking too good. So at lunch, we were at 7 of 28. So I thought, well, we better get some food coming because it could be a long night. Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 164, do pass. Senate File 22, do pass amended. Senate File 150, failed to pass Committee of the Whole and is definitely postponed. Senate File 157, do pass. Senate File 179, do pass. Senate Joint Resolution 8, do pass. Senate File 175, do pass amended. Senate File 169, do pass. Senate File 185 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate Senator Olson, Chairman.
Senator Olson,
I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, any reports or announcements or anything? We can go home? Okay, Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until noon on Monday, February 10th, I think that is, 2025, but noon, Senator, so we're only gonna have a day. We have a large second reading, and we have a large third reading, and then we have the remainder of the bills on general file. But we'll start at noon on Monday.
All right, thank you. Any announcements? Senator Barlow?
Mr. President, so those that have 4+ hour commutes probably aren't leaving tonight, as I am not leaving tonight. But I am going to go about 4 blocks down the street and have a beverage, and invite anybody that wants to come have a beverage, including Diet Coke, to join me.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Hicks?
I would love to join him for a beverage, but he was pointing that way, and I don't know. The only thing I know over there is the hospital, so I just, is there like maybe I'll get a name for that, or an address for that place a little later.
Probably the old folks' home. All right, you heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. The Senate will stand adjourned until noon, Monday, February 10th.